Welcome, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here in just a second. I now call to order this special meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, December 14, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant. Understand Mr. Constant is excused. Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia. Okay, Mr. Perez-Verdia will be just a little bit late this evening. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kemp, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Mr. Peterson, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks the collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on traditional lands of Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
I'd like to note for the record that Mr. Perez-Verdia is here. Welcome and thank you all for joining us tonight for this special meeting. There are 5 items on the agenda, and these are the items for which we could not get to because we ran out of time on Tuesday. These are all public hearing items, and we'll go ahead and move into the first one, which is 4A. First public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-110, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 28 Elections to update and clarify provisions of the code. Assemblymember Peterson, Assembly Chair LaFrance, Assembly Vice Chair Constant. Before I open the public hearing, I want to share some information. On the Title 28 proposed ordinance for public hearing tonight, there is an S substitute version and 1 proposed amendment that are available on the lower dais and on the elections webpage at muni.org/elections. The elections team has invited some registered observers from the spring elections to meet and discuss the proposed changes to the observer program in the proposed ordinance. The sponsors and election team look forward to a robust discussion on how to improve the observer program. Information shared at the meeting will be provided to the Assembly. The goal is to submit the S version of the Title 28 ordinance to the addendum on Friday, December 17, after the first public hearing, in case there are any additional changes. For more information, please contact the elections team tomorrow by emailing elections@anchorageak.gov or calling 907-243-VOTE, 907-243-8683. So when you testify, please stay focused on the changes proposed in the ordinance. If a testifier is off topic, I may interrupt to remind the testifier to stay on topic, Also, it's helpful if testifiers comment on the S version and/or the proposed amendment. When you come forward, please state your name, community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Please direct comments to me or other people on the dais. And assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, or if there's an opportunity to talk during a break or afterwards. So with that, I will now open the public hearing for AO 2021-110. And if there are any members of the public who wish to speak, please come forward. Please state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live.
Dustin Darden. I live here in Anchorage, Alaska. It's located on the northern part of the globe. It's been identified as being the third planet from the distance of the sun. The location that I inhabit also was once walked on by the King of Glory, the Maker in heaven, the heavens and the earth, Christ in the flesh, also inhabited this earth. He spoke it by the word, and he was the word. And he also inhabited the place where I'm from. So I'm glad that you asked me to state where I was from. It's a very special place. It's a place of opportunity and choices, because the blood of Christ, which was shed on the tree in this place of habitation in which I'm from.
Madam Chair, point of order.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't violate my First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States.
Mr. Darden, there is a point of order on the floor. I've paused your time. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you. This is nothing personal to Mr. Darden because he and I always have good conversations, but my understanding is that this is public hearing with regard to 4A, so I just ask that you ask Mr. Darden to keep comments unrelated to that for audience participation later.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
If we're going to allow censorship of the First Amendment...
Mr. Darden, please direct your comments to the ordinance before us concerning Title 28. I'll go ahead and resume your time. Please continue.
The Declaration of Independence clearly states that any law or rule which contradict the Constitution are not to be followed. What you're doing is hindering arbitrarily the speech of a human being in a fraction of a meeting. You're liable of the most egregious, basic, fundamental rights of the citizens. When they have 3 minutes, you ought to keep your mouth closed and keep your hands off of the buzzers. What's the next thing you're going to do? Tell me to get on a bus and go to a camp for my safety? I'm not going to listen to your inherent disregard for our basic liberties.
Mr. Darden,
So you need to stop.
you are off topic. Please address the ordinance before us. Title 28.
The topic is not in the First Amendment. Neither is it an inalienable right which we were given by Christ Jesus.
Your time is up. Your testimony has been recorded. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and community council or area of the municipality in which you live. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Michelle Zerby. I live on about Tudor and Vance. I'm in Dunbar's district, and I am the owner of liberationmassage.net. So my words are about this voting. This thing you're voting on tonight has to do very much with the fact that we are in the midst of an attempted communist coup in our country. The Marxists infiltrated our schools, changing what young people believe America to be. And then they perpetrated an election fraud in every state in order to install their puppet. They're really done tolerating our freedoms and wish to completely plunder our wealth. The same procedure was enacted by the Bolsheviks in Russia, from which my ancestors fled, coming to America, and we remember their ways. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I am a money stream realist. Go to any website that offers stock market quotes. Look up Google, CNN, Fox, or MSNBC's major shareholders. Then do the same for Pfizer and Moderna. The major shareholders will be Vanguard and BlackRock. Then go to DuckDuckGo search engine, because Google censors this information, and look up who owns BlackRock and Vanguard. It's the central bankers, the Rockefellers, Soros, Bill Gates, and their ilk.
Ma'am, please speak to the ordinance before us concerning Title 28.
This has everything to do with the right to observe elections and to preserve our democracy. We are the subjects of a circular money scheme. They have perpetrated this on us as their consumer cattle herd. Their control is going to continue unraveling until they have nothing left. Everyone's waking up, except for the super college educated, because they're super indoctrinated by the Marxists. But those of us who think for ourselves can see what's happening. This is the Great Awakening. It's the Great Awakening. Elections have consequences, and stolen elections have serious consequences. For example, the Afghanistan withdrawal was no accident, but an intentional installation of a low-IQ, ululating, child trafficking, corpse raping, Christian killing, China-loyal terrorist regime.
Ma'am, please
And we're
speak
now
to the
set
local
up for World War
election
III.
code.
We're now set up for World War III with the enemy having our weapons technology secrets. So when all of their lies completely unravel, where will you be?
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, community council, or area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Cross, and I live in Chuyak Eagle River. The election process is a peaceful way for the public to dissent from government. So having assurance in our election process and knowing that it's transparent is critical to maintaining the peace. When people get ideas, whether justified or not justified, that process is jeopardized, and they rightfully get upset. I've lived in Eagle River now a little over 2 years. It's just me and my wife, and for whatever reason, every election cycle I get 7 mail-in ballots. Okay? 2 from the people who moved out over 2 years ago, and although they moved their voting district out to Wasilla, I'm still getting mail-in ballots at my house for them. 1 for my mom, who died over 2 years ago, and 1 for my dad, who both moved out of state many years ago. They haven't been Alaska residences, but for whatever reason, since I'm share the last name, and my dad had a forwarding email address to wherever I went so I could collect whatever mail he got from businesses he used to own up here, I get a plethora of mail-in ballots. Now, I'm not saying, and of course I would never do anything that would jeopardize but I know I'm not the only one. I can't be the only person whose mailbox gets filled with these mail-in ballots, and I'm really concerned that if it wasn't someone like me who truly respects our Constitution and turns these in or tears them up and destroys all the excess ones, how hard would it be for someone to go online, fill it out for somebody, or maybe not even know they got it? I personally don't think what we're doing here goes far enough to secure our elections. I think the mail-in ballot leaves regardless of what side you're on, it leaves too much room. Listen, if somebody wants a mail-in ballot, they should have to repetition every election every time they want one. Not petition once and it's good for 3 years or 5 years. They move, something happens, God knows what happens to it. What is that verification process? How much people do you have and how many staff do you have to go through and verify and match signatures to the individual ballots? It just seems, the mail-in ballot to me is the biggest concern, and it wasn't until my house was getting flooded with them with people who don't live there and aren't even alive. So perhaps you should take that in consideration with any further legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live or community council.
Dustin Sherman. I'm in the Abbott Loop Community Council, represented by Mr. Weddleton and Mrs. LaFrance. So I have kind of a big problem with this, honestly. There's a bunch of different things reading through this tonight that makes me scratch my head. One, you're making the observers basically give it a declaration, much like what you guys take whenever you guys become assembly members. There's a few things in here that are just completely, like, it either is or isn't. You have a lot of mays or may nots, things like that, it's not very clear. Last year on election night, I sat down at the election headquarters and watched 4 people come out of the election headquarters after all the other observers and after all the other election officials were kicked out. I still have the video on my phone. So our elections process is completely skewed. And while this is trying to, quote, fix it, I see a lot of things that it's making it worse. As it is right now, many of us don't have any faith in the election process just because of last year. And I'm not talking about the national election, I'm talking about the local one. So we sit there and we watch people come out of that building that came out 2 hours after the other officials were in there. That's wrong. Once the building's empty and once it's closed down, everyone should be out of there. We also watched and witnessed a homeless person gain access to that building. How is that possible? I thought that building should be locked, right? So, you know, you guys as our elected officials need to do better. This isn't doing better.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live or community council.
Jordan Harari, District 4. I just found out about this ordinance last night, and it's really kind of upsetting. You have a bunch of sections of it that essentially consolidate power into the hands of the municipal clerk, who is an unelected official. That does not reek of transparency. You also, we as a state have an election issue. We've had hacks of most of our federal and state systems. Names, addresses, social security numbers, PII, personally identifiable information, is leaked and all over the internet. With any of that stuff, you could go in and register to vote. You could make up stuff. There's no accountability, and none of this is addressed in here. So I'm sure you can try to tighten down who's going to show up at the election centers. The clerk can decide at her whim, or his whim, if it might be that, who gets to go in and how many folks. Really? That's the biggest issue? Not the mail-in ballots that are ripe with fraud, or can be? Get rid of it. Let's go back to in-person voting. How about that? That worked. It's worked for a couple hundred years. But now because there's a virus, that's it. It's over. Mail-in voting is the way to go. If you really want to get this done, it can be. You got to ask us for help too. It's not just up to you guys. There are very smart people here who'd be more than willing to talk to you and sit down with you and have an actual dialogue, because we care about everyone's voice. Whether you're on the left or the right or somewhere in between, we all want to be represented, and we all want to have one person, one vote, and it actually means something. So let's get together, let's chat this out, let's Bring up new technology. I mean, blockchain information, you can bring in private keys that only one person has, and we can secure a vote that way digitally now. That's cool. Have you guys considered that? That's an option. Let's get together. Let's have a chat. Let's figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll do one more in person, and then I'll go to the phones. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and area of municipality in which you live. Oh, make sure you turn on the microphone there, the yellow button. Great.
My name's Ronald Downey. I live in Chugiak. I'm a 40-year Alaska resident. I lived in the interior for quite some time, and been in Anchorage since, about 20 of those years, maybe 25. And in that time, I've seen a great deal of change in Alaska, as anyone who's been here that long has. And this, what do we call it, ordinance, is quite disturbing. It's, I just found out about it last night as well, and I read through it, and it's really unbelievable. I come from old school. Constitution, individual rights, individual freedoms, and I've watched the erosion of these. Especially in Anchorage, it's very clear. Anchorage stands, as we all know, it is the hub, really, of not just Alaska, but it's a global hub too, and it's very important to our entire country. What happens here matters a lot more than I think most Alaskans realize. And what happens in Anchorage is the epicenter of most of it. And what's happening here with this group of people and you being elected, duly elected, I find very disturbing. The erosion of rights, and this ordinance particularly, I found it very disturbing. I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I thought the person that sent it to me as a joke. No, they wouldn't go that far, but apparently you intend to. The further erosion, although I think this is a bigger step, of individual freedom, individual rights, protecting voting integrity. I did do a little checking and found that very few clerks in the country are not elected like ours here. Isn't that correct? Is our clerk just hired by the assembly? Is that how it goes? And then to put this kind of power in that kind of a person in that kind of a position. I was very concerned about the tornado in Kentucky over the weekend. I'm sure a lot of us were. I was there. We have some property in Missouri, and I was there for the Joplin tornado years ago. You remember that one? This one's about that level. It's a storm, a big storm that came, and it just devastated, destroyed. You guys, listen, please, listen to us and wake up, because there is a big storm coming here. It's on the horizon. It's already there. You know, that storm came at night. They couldn't see it coming, and I think you can't see this one coming.
Thank you for your testimony. There are two members, sir, who have questions for you.
You're welcome.
First, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Who is that?
And then,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm
and then
over
Mr.
here.
Weddleton.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. I was hoping you might be able to give me specifically what you mean. You said that this particular ordinance is infringing on individual freedoms and rights. Is there something specific in terms of this ordinance that you feel like is doing that?
Yeah, several things. There's the overall voter preservation of voter integrity and the assurance that my vote's going to count. In a recent election, I found that my vote, I showed up to vote, and they said I'd already voted. I hadn't already voted. And they had trouble getting my ballot to go in, kept kicking it back out. I had not voted. And I never got to the bottom of what happened to my vote. How did that happen? I had not voted. I voted once at our voting place. All right. So one thing that stands out in my mind is the shrinking of the number of observers. And leaving that to the discretion of the clerk, I presume it's this young lady here. And so much also delegated to her discretion, the size. What about campaigns? And them, what is it? They're no longer, what is that? Can you refresh my memory on that one? The campaigns no longer have access. What is that? I'm sure you guys know, don't you? You're going to vote on this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Perez-Verdia, I'm wondering if perhaps you could get offline with this individual?
I would be happy to take it offline, but I'm just curious specifically in the amendments.
What is that one, particularly about campaigns? That one disturbed me. How you're limiting the campaign's access to?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, sir. We're actually not. This is not the forum for us to have the debate, but I can get you offline and I can get the information from you, and I'll pull that particular part for you.
I'll be quite impressed if you actually do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I guess I was going on the lines of Mr. Perez-Verdia, as, for anyone speaking. I mean, it's helpful for us to see more precisely what part of it you have trouble with, and that's hard to do in your speech, and not just to you, I guess I'm speaking generally, but I've gotten a lot of emails where people have been pretty clear, this section here, this wording, and so on. And with an ordinance like that, this is very helpful because not much of what we see in those pages has changed. The underlined is new, the bold or caps and brackets is recommended to be deleted, and the rest is what's been in there for some length of time. We started vote by mail in 2016, I think. Is that right?
There are
So it's been a while.
There are
17 was the first
certainly.
one, but it would be helpful. And I think on the thing with feeding, we don't feed ballots into the machine anymore. That sounds like a state election.
Well, yeah, just a
That's
recent
very
election.
different.
But I'm not, that's another issue regarding the mail-in only. 2017, was it? Really? Anchorage, really? Only mail-in? That's it? We need to go back to in-person voting. And that's another issue. I don't think that's addressed in this ballot.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Weddleton, did you have any other questions?
No, I guess it was just a plea for speakers to be precise, and then we can look and see what we might change. And, I've had a number of conversations with
It's why I
people.
prefaced by saying I only just found out about it.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, I did read through it. Cursory read, I admit. But there was nothing about it that wasn't disturbing. And I get that's emotional. But there are the specifics. And I've spoken to a couple of them. If you'd like, I'll prepare line item for you and let you know.
Great. And Ms. Allard is in the queue. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank
Allard.
you, Ms. Downey. So you're part of Mine and Crystal's district?
Thank you for remembering my name.
Of course. The one thing I wanted to, it's in regards for clarification. It is in regards to the campaigns being allowed to have individuals in their campaigns to come and witness the elections. And that is what you're saying when it comes to floor and can be determined by the clerk. I would like you to reach out to us, absolutely. And yes, mail-in ballots did start in 2017. The Assembly decided it did not go to the vote of the people.
Oh, really?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your courtesy.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Turner, let's go ahead and give Ms. Klinging-Smith a call, please.
Hello?
Hi, is this Molly Klinging-Smith?
Hello?
Hi, is this Ms. Klinging-Smith?
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-1110, or 110, amendments to Title 28 Elections Code. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and area of the municipality in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes. Sorry, 1 second. Let me fix my desk. My name is Molly Klinging-Smith, and I'm in Eagle River. Firstly, I want to address Mr. Mayor and say thank you for fighting on behalf of all of us. We did not just vote for you and walk away. We are behind you. We support you. And to the Assembly, in case you haven't noticed, we the people, the majority of the municipality of Anchorage, who voted Bronson in, are not going away. Unfortunately, I have come to expect that any ordinance that comes from this Assembly is dead focused on minimizing or altogether canceling conversation or interactions with the concerned public, rather than seeking to engage us, learn from us, and try to bridge gaps. Everything you have passed, including the way in which you passed them, is so obviously an attempt to silence us. Why are you so against trying to work with us? Why are you so intent on undermining every good thing the mayor tries to do? I have a question that I want each of you to honestly think about.
Ma'am, would you speak a little slower, please? It's difficult to hear you. And please speak to the ordinance in front of us.
Oh, sure. I have a question that I want each of you to honestly think about. If Barbara Jones were not the clerk and Mayor Bronson or Jamie Allard appointed the clerk instead, would you pass this ordinance? I'll let you think about that for a few seconds. If your answer is no, then this ordinance should absolutely not pass right now either. It means that these rules are too restrictive, likely unconstitutional, and are only being used as a weapon against a certain side. If the roles were reversed, and that day is coming, shout out to Stephanie Taylor, you wouldn't like it. Let me be clear though, I wouldn't want a clerk chosen by Mr. Bronson to have this much power either. I don't agree with it no matter what. Let's talk about what can be done to move forward. First, there is absolutely no reason the election process should not be required to be live streamed. It is the simplest thing that can be done to help ensure the public's trust and does not put an undue burden on the clerk or staff whatsoever. Second, 22 days for a campaign to submit observer names is way too far in advance and is not how the real world works. People like me may not know their work schedule or who would require childcare would not be able to commit to that. It discriminates against a huge group of people who may wish to have this responsibility. This requirement should be 1 week or less. Thirdly, reducing the number of observers from 4 to 1 negates the main purpose of having them in the first place. It is not possible for just one person to look at the whole process and ensure its integrity. What happens when this observer has to use the restroom or dares to ask the clerk a question, and things may be going on behind her without her? The number should remain at 4. Fourth, the clerk should not be able to change the rules in the middle of the game. No referee in the sports world is allowed to do that. The rules need to be clearly defined in the handbook prior to the submission of observer names, and from there should not be allowed to change. Fifth, there should be no training requirements, as that poses another restrictive challenge to who can observe. If you're willing to provide training sessions 7 days a week, multiple hours throughout the day to provide proper accommodation, perhaps that would be okay. Lastly, I'm concerned with the language that the clerk can disallow an observer if she does not believe she has the capacity for the task. This is not clearly defined and should be removed entirely because it is subjective.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Your time is up. I do have Ms. Kennedy in the queue for you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask, ma'am, if you could just please email us your testimony. It's difficult sometimes to hear everything over the phone with the speaker system that we have here, so thank you for calling in. But if you could email that to us, then I think your points would be much clearer to us. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, I'll email it for you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The email address is www.mas@muni.org, and for those of you who want to send in your comments to us, that'll go to all of us. I do just want to note a couple things, that if you do receive a ballot in the mail that isn't for you, please mark it return to sender and put it back in the mail. The state of Alaska manages the voter database, so it's very important to contact the state if you need to make any changes to contact information. And I will just note that the municipality does also offer in-person voting. So we'll go back to in-person testimony. I believe we just had the one person on the phone list. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name, community council, or area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you very much. My name is Judy Norton-Elledge, and I live in Ms. Quinn Davison's and Mr. Perez-Verde in West Anchorage in their area of town. I am testifying here tonight against AMC 285300 as proposed because I believe it poses a significant concern and conflicts with stated law. Having been a candidate in the spring 2021 election And I also was in a recount during that, after that election, and I always was an observer. I feel that my observation might be respected. In this law, it allows discretion of the clerk to disallow observers, subject to space or regulatory concerns. Does this not conflict with law that allows observers during all election processes? Is this not in violation of the federal voting rights? Is this showing inclusiveness, equity, and diversity of all those participating in the election process? Further, the clerk seeks to limit the registration of observers. How do you limit a registration of observers if we're all volunteers? Is this proper or is it necessary? Actually, what is necessary is that pursuant to the code, they're identified by the campaign as an observer for that campaign. It's been that way for years. In addition, the clerk seeks to only allow herself or a designee to be asked questions of. As an observer who spent many hours at Election Center, the clerk is not always there, or is she available? Is it not necessary for observers to be able to question the review and conduct of election officials? I was never rude in asking questions to election workers, but when I wrote a challenge on election night because the clerk was unable to explain to me why two printed numbers that were supposed to match did not, Ms. Jones' frustration was obvious and seemed to be aimed at me. So perhaps she can remember that frustration and understand how this change in election frustrates many of us that don't have trust in the election process. And does language in the law not to disturb apply to employees also? All of this sounds like very subjective language to me and not one that represents open and free elections. I suspect the majority of you that are going to vote for this oppose a photo ID to vote. Do you not see the hypocrisy in that? Some of us received an invitation to come to a meeting on this Thursday at 1:30 in Election Central. Many will not be able to attend on short notice, and it's in the middle of the day. So if you were a candidate or observer, you were not all receiving the email. I seem to be the only one in my group, including the mayor's wife, who got it, and I'm just wondering why.
Thank you for your testimony. And I do just want to remind folks, too, that there will be a second public hearing on this ordinance at the next regular meeting, which is Tuesday, December 21st. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town of the municipality in which you live or community council.
Good evening. I'm Terrence Shanigan, and I'm represented by Assemblyman Constant. I want to just share a little information about my experience with elections and why I think this ordinance change it opens up, I think, vulnerabilities to the election system. I think that this is moving in a direction of exclusivity, not inclusivity. And as we're trying to include more people in elections, we have to be aware of the things that we're doing to include them versus exclude them. It moves away from transparency because you're trying to create situations where you can remove people from looking at the election. This election, I've been working on this for about 10 years, very actively at the state level for the last 4. We have a big problem with data in the state, and the city relies heavily on the data that's coming from the state. And when we have 600,000 people registered to vote in Alaska, according to the Division of Elections, and you have 475,000 eligible to vote, we have a problem with just the numbers. And Alaska is consistently at about 120% over. For the population that we should have registered to vote, we're at about 120% more people, or over that number. So a population typically will have 70 to 80%. What that means is that we have to have more eyes on this process than ever before to make sure that these ballots and things they're actually validated and verified. And whether it's an individual that you're looking for or an error or a flaw in the actual ballot itself. And so we can't have fewer eyes on this process, we need more. And if we can't have people, we need to have some kind of recording mechanism. And as we saw in this last election, when cameras were turned off, lawsuits happened and there was a huge public uprising about that. So in other states, not here in Alaska, but we saw it where videos and access to observers in other states, we start to see where that opens up and creates problems. when you have a bureaucrat or somebody who's appointed into a position or hired into a position, we have this problem even at the state level with the division of elections, where from administration to administration, the lieutenant governor can change policy and have different rules at play to show what ballots count. This same thing puts that power in the hands of the city clerk, and from administration to administration, a policy could change, and you could actually have them working against another side. So we need to create situations where we have a balance between both ideologies that may exist out there. We know that about 80% of Democrat voters prefer mail-in voting. We know that about 71 to 72% of Republican voters prefer in-person voting. And we need to have equal access to those forms. And I know that not all of that's addressed in this ordinance, but as we're looking to be inclusive, we should be inclusive of all voting types and be looking at ways that we can have more eyes on this process, not fewer, because we know there are inherent flaws until we can correct the things like data. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Shanigan, Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Shanigan. You had mentioned voter rolls, and we know that the municipality uses the state's voter rolls. Do you have a suggestion on perhaps, and it could be lengthy to where you might have to send it to us in email, how we could correct that oversight?
Simply put, I think the city's moving in the right direction right now with going and doing the verification with the cards and also the ballot tracking. That's a big step, and the state needs to follow suit there. So I applaud that. But we're still using the state's data, and there are still multiple households in the Anchorage area that have many ballots going to one person, and it's just an error in the system. We're not able to flesh it out. Alaska currently uses a 31-state solution to verify our data, and we don't use all the possible solutions that are even recommended on a national level to verify the data locally or in-state. We need to use a 50-state solution. We're excluding over 150 million people from being following them around. We have a high transient population, and I've been working on this at a state level for a long time, and I've been cautioning that we're contaminating the data coming into the municipality. And so knowing that, Anchorage may want to look at building its own data. And maybe you can take what the state has given you and or start from scratch, but we have to do something. The state's getting hacked right now a couple times a year. 113,000 people lost their socials, signatures, birth dates, addresses, driver's license number in October of 27 of last year. And that means that 113,000 people, many of them live in Anchorage, have their information out there. And it's going to hurt both municipal and state elections. So either we build our own data or we figure out how we clean it up and help the state because they're not able to do it.
Thank you. I'm going to, Madam Chair, if I can ask him a couple more questions, but if you can keep it like really short. Okay. Is that okay, Madam Chair? Thank you. So you said something about videoing. Are you yourself as a community member wanting a 24/7 video?
I think during the window of time that you have ballot counting going on, that it should be always under the eyes of something that can come back to it. And it isn't about the people that are making the rules, but if they're going to be counted, you need to have somebody that's representing both sides. And
okay, and the next question?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And then you had said something about clerk oversight. Are you suggesting that not only we have a clerk, but maybe an elected person that works with the clerk, so there's like a counter? How would you address that issue?
I think right now, just the current ordinance where we have people that represent the campaigns, those individuals, they need to have some involvement, and I know that's the work that Representative Tuck and others are trying to get people to stay involved in the process. So I'm not sure that it's an appointed or an elected person, but the people that are running for office certainly should have an advocate on their behalf, being able to have access and advocates whenever ballots are counted.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, community council, or area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Louis Imbriani, live in Eagle River. This last election that happened was the first time that I was ever involved in elections in any way, shape, or form. I helped with ballot curing. And what surprised me the most was I knew some of the people on that list. Some of the people that I had spoken to had actually come here, cast their vote, and it was rejected. One of which I know was not able to actually cast their vote because the day after the election, they left to go to work, and they happened to work in a very remote part of Alaska, and it's very difficult to get a hold of them. So, just my little story. But since we're talking about this AO and not about the elections as a whole, I want to draw your attention to 28.50.300. It's on page 5 of the S version. So B2 says, subject to space or regulatory constraints, each candidate, organization, or organized group may have at least one, but no more than 4 observers at the designated return location if the municipal clerk determines based on good cause the changes at clerk's sole discretion. If we're working on streamlining and changing the language, we should probably clean it up a little bit as well. When would the space or regulatory constraints be superseded by the clerk's sole discretion? It's not outlined. If we move down the page and we look at C, the dates seem incredibly arbitrary to me, and I don't understand why somebody would have to register within these time frames, especially if somebody was a write-in candidate. When do they get their representation? How do they register their people if it's a write-in election? Number 4 also says an observer shall complete training as specified in the observer handbook. Well, when are these trainings going to happen? Who's conducting them? And then are they going to be more than just during this election time? Are they going to be after hours? Are they going to be during work? Are people going to have to take time work? Or is it going to be solely these observers that are now going to have to be paid by the campaign? Because that's the only way that I could see somebody taking the time to do this, or if they're retired or have the luxury of working from home. There's just too much at the discretion of the clerk's office, and there are so many unknowns, what ifs, and what could happen in order to accommodate the observers. Why can't people register as an observer and observe like they have been? There are too many steps. It does exclude people from being a part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Hold on, Mr. Imbriani. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thanks, Louie. Obviously, we're going to be working on some things together, right?
Yeah.
Okay, for amendments. One of my questions was you had brought up being a ballot curing, and someone had come in to vote, and then they left because their job took them, and then, so I believe there were about 1,200 people or so that had to cure their ballots. Do you believe that when people come in to, or they do their mail-in ballots, they sign their name, they send them in, they leave town because they think their ballot's going to be counted, do you believe those people are being disenfranchised if they can't cure their ballot?
Well, it's not just the people that came in here. It's the people who followed the instructions, filled out the ballot, signed it properly the best way that they knew how, and it was still rejected. Because we didn't get to see the rejected ballot, but we got to see the reason. And quite a few of them were for signatures. And I mean, the person followed the instructions, they did their best, and it was still rejected. But I do think that would disenfranchise.
Can I do a quick follow-up? Would you think it would be reasonable for those people who had to cure their ballots that we kept their ballot that was in question so that that individual can see the signature that was denied versus what was on their driver's license or how they signed it?
Well, there should be some level of chain of custody.
Okay.
I mean, if the ballot has not been approved, then the envelope and the ballot should not be taken apart. So you get the ballot, you take it out of the envelope, staple it together. If it's correct, rip them apart. You count it. Something like that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Imbriani.
very much. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Ms. Allard. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, community council, or area of municipality in which you live.
Carson Brennan Young. I'm in District 4, represented by Mr. Rivera and Meg Zelatil. There's been a lot of chatter about this thing lately, and I read it over, and frankly, most of it is pretty much everything that people have an issue with is in Section 6, so I'm looking to hopefully bifurcate that section and just deal with it separately, because the rest of these are just updates to the code that aren't really that big of a deal. But there's a lot of issues with Section 6, and from what I can tell, from what I've gathered, it seems like there's been some altercations between election workers and observers in the recent elections, and I can start by saying that's nothing new. I know because I've been an observer in an election. It was an in-person election a few years ago, and I remember when I walked in and I told the observers or the workers what I was there to do, that they were not happy to see me at all. And it was a little awkward for a bit, but we broke the ice and we talked about it, and they said that election workers or election observers in the past, that some of them had tended to be kind of intrusive and a little bit aggressive and distrustful. And I said, look, I'm here to make sure that you check the IDs and check off the correct name. That's it. And we got along fine after that, but I was thinking about that as I was looking this over, and I realized that there really wasn't any need in an in-person election for election observers to be intrusive at all, because we don't, or to be distrustful, because there wasn't much need to trust the workers at all. They just had to allow us to watch them perform a task that, frankly, a 10-year-old could do. And I haven't been an observer in a mail-in election, but I can only imagine that if when all you have to go off of is a signature to know that the correct person is voting, there is more skepticism required. I have a family member who's been out of state for years and still receives a ballot at his parents' house. They can forge his signature, and I would be amazed if any computer or signature verification wizard could tell the difference. And that's kind of the nature of this, is that trust and distrust are kind of two sides of the same coin in a lot of ways. Like, the more we have to trust you, the more scrutiny is required, and this does the opposite. It's making it harder to become an observer. The biggest one that not too many people have mentioned, but it is really important, we're not allowed to have any electronic methods of recordings. That means we have to rely entirely on your feed. That's only one source. We have two eyes for a reason. We need two cross-reference points to be able to see at 3 dimensions. And that's the same idea behind having multiple feeds, independent of the municipal feed. The campaigns need their own feed of what's going on. I understand there's things you can do with cameras that might be aggressive, like getting an election worker's face or whatever, and that can be addressed, but that's something that needs to be reformed. We cannot rely on one single feed. Other than that, though, I think it's just kind of focusing on a smaller problem than the much bigger problem that people don't trust too many people don't trust vote-by-mail elections. And I think this takes us in the wrong direction. I think this is going to erode trust, and that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Hold on, sir. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. You brought up some very valid points. One of the points you brought up was the cameras, individuals being able to go in. And I think part of it could be a privacy issue. But we have our police officers now at APD, and they wear cameras so that we have eyes on in every aspect, right? So you would like to see an amendment that people can come in with cameras?
Yes.
I support that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hi, my name is Julia Tennyson. I live in District 4. So I'm very concerned about this as well. I have not been involved. So back in the early 80s, I was my first time I participated in an election. I actually worked for somebody in a campaign. It was very cool. I liked it. But I haven't been involved in elections for quite some time. I'm very skeptical about different parties, same philosophy, so I didn't vote. Last year, though, I was inspired to actually vote for the first time because I thought that there were some really good people out there that deserved to be public servants, which is what I realize you all are. But you all have not been behaving that, well, not all of you, but a lot of you have not been behaving as public servants because I've been watching the public come talk to you and you ignore them. So, and then you do stuff like this, which says the public doesn't really need to be a part of the process, which we're actually in a free country, we're required to be. So when we get inspired to do it, which I was last year, I actually did observing for the first time in my life, and it was very cool. I'm hoping to do it again, but this whole signing up 22 days before and subjecting my life to a single individual who, quite frankly, does not stand up to absolute integrity, I'm very concerned about it and why you all would, or not all, most of you support that sort of view. And I know in Alaska, state of Alaska, it's considered very important for watchers of elections to be there because it's covered in Alaska statute 15.10.17. Observers are super important. We need to be there. It's important for us to understand the process. Like I said, it was very fun, very cool. I did have one interaction with the clerk last year, and I asked one question of her, and I guess she was super stressed out because it's a lot for her to handle. And the way she handled me was by getting aggressive with me. And if she's already experiencing that kind of pressure, Why do we need to put more on her? And then also part of my job is to, as an observer, to make challenges. And this stuff apparently, I'm not going to be able to document it by taking a picture or speaking to the person at the moment, which is when it should be happening. But I have to talk to a person that may not be available, and it's already under a lot of pressure. I mean, this does not make sense. It doesn't protect or take care of what's already recognized in Alaska statute, that there need to be observers. In a free country, we all matter. I know you all have been behaving not like that, and that's not cool, and you need to stop it, because you are all public servants, okay? We haven't forgotten that. None of us. So please, stop this. This is not good. It's not right. Thank you.
Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. You're correct. The clerk is always under that circumstances, under a lot of pressure. Would you be, as a member of the public, be open to somebody assisting the clerk, meaning if the clerk is busy or tied up or unavailable or at a different location, if there was a rover that goes and would be able to answer the questions of observers to just, so you're not interfering with the workers, and that possibly that individual would be more of a neutral individual that can come in and just answer simple questions?
Oh, definitely, because that would give us as observers, definite boundaries and be able to approach that person.
So that would help.
Oh, definitely. It would take a lot of stress off of everybody, because if we can...
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live, or area of the municipality in which you live, or community council.
Yes, hi, my name is Bryce Wilbanks. I live in District 6 right now. I usually don't testify, very rarely. And I'm glad I actually did on this one, because as somebody who has worked on multiple campaigns, I've been a campaign manager across the nation. I've ran the Bronson campaign, actually, most recently up here in Anchorage. And I'm actually surprised you guys didn't call this version the Bryce Amendment, or the Bryce version, because the fact is that most of these changes are due to the fact of the Bronson campaign, what occurred during that. Now, with that said, Ms. Jones and Ms. McConnell, I agree a lot of these changes are actually needed, and they're actually good changes. For example, voter assistance, very necessary to prevent unions and campaigns from actually assisting somebody from voting physically like that. I agree with this. Now, there are some major issues that I will say from a campaign's perspective that need to be addressed immediately before this can be passed. So looking at the S version specifically, since I imagine this is the one that's going to be taken up most effectively, let's go ahead and let's take a look at Section 4. So one of the larger issues when it comes to observing during campaigns is the ability to challenge. You need to be able to understand, A, what's going on, and document what's going on. So by restricting and allowing essentially the clerk to decide what is a designated area in Section S version, this is under Section 4, Part C, we're seeing here that the clerk's allowed to designate exactly which areas you're allowed to record and or take photos of. That's an issue for documentation that comes down to challenges and actually ensuring that the process is going effectively well. Secondarily, when you keep moving on to the next section, allowing for trainings. I'm not necessarily against trainings. I'm actually full in support of it. However, I do believe there needs to be an amendment made to allow for asynchronous trainings and allow for this to be very established when the trainings are, how they're conducted, and ensure that they are conducted in a way that allows our observers to effectively do it at their convenience in an easy way. And I think one of the larger issues in here as well when tying onto that is specifically the observer timeline for when you have to register. From a campaign's perspective, and many of you guys had, actually all you guys had to run your campaigns, and a few of you run mayor's campaigns, you understand that it is organized chaos on a campaign. But I'll tell you, it is not organized enough to have your observers in 22 days prior to an election. That just is not going to happen in most cases, especially when looking at election results and trying to determine when you should be sending observers after the election results are starting to come out for preliminary results. That's another issue. The last one I'm really going to mention here, it does come down to the clerk's office having too much control. In most places in the lower 48, you look at the counties, they elect a county assessor and or a county auditor to run their elections. This is really the only place I've seen in the United States so far that has their elections really run by somebody who is not an elected official. So that's something that's very interesting. I wonder the legality of designating this much power and control to a separate office. Regardless, we'll look into that, I guess, another time. So I think that's just a good way of trying to summarize some of the issues here. You need to allow for observers to register anytime, allow for asynchronous training, and allow members of the public in 24/7. Additionally, allow for live streaming, please, and put that in code as a requirement.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thanks, Bryce. So there's a couple of things that I absolutely agree with you on. The training you said that it's limited, right? Because people can't always come at 1 in the afternoon, or some people can do Saturday, they can't do Tuesday. Would you be open to the clerk's office, us coming together and being able for individuals to train online so that they can train at midnight if they needed to, and take an online course to pass that? That way there's no limitation.
Absolutely, Ms. Allard. And so to jump off to that a little bit, I think the training needs to be A, asynchronous, and then B, let me back up here. Should be asynchronous, yes, should be very much in-depth. And again, I'm not against training. It actually helps because campaigns, in all seriousness, cannot train their observers in a full, effective manner.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, can I do one more follow-up?
One more, and then I'll go to Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So you brought up the point about the 22 days prior. It's unrealistic. I believe that. My question is, are some of the reasons like being sick, or that they move, or traveling, or work, and then all of a sudden they just can't be able to sign up 20 days prior? You might have to change that person out. What would your recommendation be, like literally the day before ballots start getting counted, that we should be able to have a bunch of people take the online test and all of a sudden, well, your name's down, so we're going to put forward these 5 people? Is that something that...
Yeah, I think the current process, as the Assembly, I imagine you guys are aware of how observers work. You have 2 forms, confidentiality form and then your registration form. You submit both those to the clerk's office with a signature from the campaign chair, campaign manager, and or candidate themselves. Once that gets through, in this case, and they're a new S version, they'd have to do some sort of training. So a way to simplify that, if I can recommend, would be go ahead and build some sort of website that allows you to do that online, do training online, and conduct that all. That's going to minimize the load of the clerk's office for having to scan, minimize campaigns for having to scan everything, and then additionally allow for this online full process.
Thank you.
That's what I recommend.
Madam Chair, I just have a comment. We could follow up with the state to find out what their guidelines are and how far people are in advance to sign up.
You are welcome to do that.
Thank you. We'll do that.
Mr. Weddleton? Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record, community council, or area of municipality in which you live.
Hello, my name is Francesca Allegrezza. I'm opposed to 110. I believe this is retaliation for the mayor's election. Being able to cut video feed and not require streaming of the election is pretty disturbing. I would go for 24/7 for the whole month, and with the mail-in elections, a whole month seems pretty amazing to not get frustrated with people asking you questions. If we went back to voting in person, it wouldn't be a month long of having to have scrutiny by the public because some weird stuff is happening, like 50 boxes of blank ballots coming in while you're counting votes, and you have the ability to put a blank envelope on them and be able to print barcodes on them at the same time while you're counting ballots. That's very concerning. And then you can cut out the feed if you want to, and you could print out the ballots and put some codes on it, especially with ballot tracks. Now you'll know who voted and who didn't, and whose code you could put on an envelope and vote for them. So that's concerning. And if you can't bring in your own mechanical or electronic means to protect yourself by recording what's going on, it just gives extra eyes and being able to recall exactly what happened the way it happened without just going by hearsay or what you remembered. You actually would have documentation of how it happened or what was called to question so that that could happen. What I do is I go and vote in person, I show my ID, and I put an X for my signature and have the election worker sign so that there's no question on my signature for them to debate on whether that's me or not. So I prefer to vote in person and have the election worker verify me and have their signature there versus mine, so that there should be no question on who voted, and to decide whether my signature is proper or not. So if you went back to not having mail-in voting, you wouldn't have a month long of getting ballots in and having to check. It would just be that weekend, and then absentee ballots. We're not disenfranchising anybody by ending mail-in voting. You still have the opportunity to apply for an absentee ballot to mail it in yourself. You're not losing your ability to send in your vote by mail. There's going to be no one disenfranchised. You have many ways to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or part of the municipality in which you live.
Yeah, Eric Lambertson. I'm one of your members and Weddleton's members. Since Trump was unable to achieve the presidency because of the fake voting that was put on, you're taking on an agenda piece that is going to be very controversial, especially with it running on the heels of Biden usurping the presidency because of faulty voting.
Please speak to the ordinance in front of us
the
pertaining
ordinance
to
is being, the ordinance is,
municipal
excuse me,
elections.
you're taking my time. Yeah. This ordinance is speaking to changing election procedures. And these election procedures are being weighed heavily in disenfranchising the citizens from overseeing the vote. And we had many anomalies in the past election, presidential election, which
Sir, I'm pausing your time and asking that you please speak to the ordinance in front of us.
I am.
The municipality
I
of
am.
Anchorage elections
I said I
team
am.
was not involved
I am.
and didn't run the
No,
22
but you're
elections.
changing election procedures that would be in line with
Please
allowing
speak.
those people in the clerk's office to not allow, to not
I'll
allow
start
the
your time.
public to have the ability to oversee the election. And you're doing this in a way that is heavy-handed. And most of the people here on the dais, whatever you want to call this, are very much in line with a Biden supporter. I think that what you're doing here is, in a very real way, not doing the right thing. You're not allowing the public to have the wide berth to oversee the election that is coming up. I am offended. I am truly offended. And I know that there are a lot of people in the audience and a lot of people at home that are offended by your actions. Your ability to change this according to your whim is ridiculous. I just don't see how this is going to be beneficial to running a proper election at all. And that's what I have to say. And I hold you guys personally responsible, each one of you. If this election is not done properly and we're not able to oversee it properly, you guys are really having a rough time up there. I don't know what you're trying to achieve other than to undermine the population of this state and of this city. It's not fair, and you need to go. You need to be voted out. But I don't see how you're going to be voted out if you guys run this election the way you want it to be run.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is John Henry, and I'm in District 6. I've pretty much lost all confidence in the voting process and the tally process and everything involved as far as voting. I would like to state for the record that I'm for in-person voting. You need to clean up the voter rolls, and when you send mail ballots out, you should only send mail ballots out by request. I think the voters should be able to request that. You shouldn't just blanket send these votes out for everybody to steal, cheat, do whatever they're going to do with them. I also feel that we should not disallow cameras or picture taking from observers unless the video process is detailed enough so that those people that have a problem with what's going on can timestamp in a notebook, and you can go back later and look at the video, and they should have sufficient resolution to be able to make a determination from what these videos show. This should be 24/7. Polling places. If we're going to go back to in-person voting, we should have sufficient polling places as we did in 2016 prior to the mail-in ballots designated in 2017. There isn't sufficient polling places today for those that do want to go to the poll and vote in person versus those that can mail in their ballots. I noticed also on, I believe it's 2870.030, I believe it's bullet III, where it says ballots received by fax or email. I've never heard of being able to receive a ballot by fax or email. What is the chain of custody on something like that? Emails are being hacked all the time. The voter roll systems are being hacked. The state's being hacked. And everything is being monitored. I think you're leaving yourself open for allowing fax or email. I have no idea where they go to, who the email is for, or anything like that. I think that's wrong, totally wrong. And security. I think there needs to be more done for security to maintain the security of the voter database. There isn't sufficient security to do that, and it's proven by the fact it's been hacked several times. Everything has been hacked. Whether you know it or not, it's being hacked probably today. Let's see. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard, sir? Sir,
Mr.
please come
Henry, I
back.
have a question for you, please. You said polling places, Mr. Henry, and would you be more confident with the process of voter integrity if the machines were down here and the ballots were that you did in person fed through right in front of you? Or would you rather it continue the way we do, where the ballots are counted down at the election center and
it doesn't matter where they're counted. I'm a super voter. I vote all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And when I go in, I do my vote and I feed it into the machine.
But you don't do that at the municipality.
What's that?
You don't do that at the municipality. They take your ballot and it's done at the machine down at the elections office.
Well, I'm all for that. That's fine if they take my ballot and take it down to the election center,
Okay.
as long as it's observable and there's cameras there to watch everything that's going on. I mean, there's no trust by the public in this process anymore. There's no trust.
Okay, so you too want cameras in 24/7?
Oh, yes, I would like 24/7 with the resolution. And the other point I wanted to make, I'm sure I ran out of time, is these observers. Why can't we have more observers? They can't have cameras, they can't do this. I'm totally against that.
Thank you. If you have additional comments, please do email them to us.
Mr. Henry, if you could please email. I want to hear more of your comments, please.
I can do that, sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, and the area of the community in which you live.
Hi, my name is Mariana Nelson, and well, I can say I live hardcore communism in Europe, and I'm amazed how successfully this agenda moved our country in one short year from soft socialism to hardcore communism, where we did have elections and they would literally have a meeting and tell us who we are allowed to vote for. And this Those changing and taking transparency out of our election process that already trust is so eroded. You're taking we the people out of this process. And the sad part about this is that I can look at right now this assembly and know, and I already check with other people, 9 of you would be voting for this, even if 2,000 people are standing behind me and telling you this is going to destroy our country. And you guys are responsible. We are already in communism. Pretty soon you're going to tell us who we are allowed to vote. Shame on you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, and the area of the community in which you live.
All right. My name is LaShawn Baker. I'm out of District 4. And as an African American going to vote, this is my first year voting in Anchorage. And it was pretty intimidating because I didn't see like my people there. And I saw a lot of stares. I am 100% for oversight, voting cameras. I was one of the guys that the other gentleman was talking about, my vote was not counted because of my signature. And I was really perplexed by that, and I didn't understand. I'm sitting here, I fill it out, you check it right in front of me, but yet you later tell me that my vote wasn't counted by my signature. I didn't understand that. I'm all the way back to second term Reagan voter, and I've never had that situation happen to me before. So I was kind of really concerned about that process as well. But I am 100% for cameras in the ballot room. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you, sir.
Sir, I have a question for you. I apologize. Can you, I tried to write it down quick enough, but I didn't. Can you tell me your name again?
LaShawn Baker.
Mr. Baker, my question was, you said you went in, did you go in person and vote?
Yes, I went at the Sears building over there, yeah.
Did you have to show your ID?
Yes.
When you showed your ID, did they sit there and match your signature to your ID or look at it to make sure it was you?
Absolutely not. They just took the envelope, bloop, put it away. There was no matching of an ID at that point.
Thank you. And then my last question is, you said that, was your vote counted, or did you have to figure out a way, could you clear your ballot at that time?
Negative. They sent me a letter.
Can you tell me a little bit of your situation? How come you weren't able to, please?
They sent me a letter in the mail saying that my vote wasn't counted. They did not give me a method to cure the vote. I come back down, send a signature, none of that. It was just your vote wasn't counted due to signature verification. It's possible that I didn't read further down at the bottom of the line, but at that particular moment, I was perplexed because the person I voted for is sitting in this room. And so I was pretty perplexed by that.
Madam Chair, I need clarification from him. Can I just ask Mr. Baker one question?
Quickly, please, Ms. Allard.
You said you weren't able to cure your ballot.
Right.
Was it because you were confused on the process, or did you get the letter before or after you returned from town? Were you out of town? Why didn't you actually cure your ballot?
I was right here, and the election was over.
So you got the letter later?
Yes, later, much later.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council or area of the community in which you live.
My name is Joan Henry. I'm in District 6. First of all, I'm against one person. It's listed named Barbara Jones as being our unelected employee for the municipality of Anchorage to have overriding powers at her discretion to decide who's going to be an observer, who's going to can be kicked out of the election central or whatever you guys, wherever it is that all this is being tabulated. I'm really against one person having so much power It should really be a committee or a team of people working together to make these decisions. And I think there needs to be more transparency in all areas of the election process, and of the employees that are facilitating the elections, including observers on election day. Also on page 8, 5B, talks about, which other people have already mentioned, about not having any way to record what's going on. It says shall not. Shall not's really strong. Shall not possess any mechanical or electronic means of recording images or sound within designated areas. This is so important to document what's going on by the observers. Besides, like previously somebody said about 24/7 surveillance, I believe that that's really a necessary part of the elections to keep everybody honest. And I agree with Mr. Shanigan. He mentioned about the development of a data system to provide more secure voter rolls. This is so important. We have a lot of people that work right here in Anchorage that could help do that. There are companies that provide data processing services, not necessarily the state of Alaska, that the municipality needs to rely on their database. We should have our own for Anchorage citizens, not just have people all over Alaska. Maybe they lived here for a year or two and now they're back out in the bush and they're not part of our city. So we need to have that. That needs to be rectified. I believe we need teams of Anchorage citizens to be observers from all parties, and they should be on deck for observation of the counting and tabulating, verifying the ballots, limiting at least 3 people per party or candidate and 5 per issue on the ballot. I believe we should be going back to the polls.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. We have a thing called Elections Commission. Have you heard of them?
No.
Kind of a checks and balances with the election process. Did you know that 2 people from the community were brought forward, and the majority of these people, our assembly members, voted that down?
I couldn't hear you.
Did you know that? Those are my questions. Did you know that?
I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
I am Randy Riedrich. I live downtown, and my assembly member is not here. I think we have an opportunity today to think about this as an election process improvement endeavor. This is the first time that we've had an election which has been truly contested since we've had by-mail voting. I have been involved with this process since the Assembly passed the enabling legislation. I did not get invited to the meeting to be a member of the stakeholder group. I appeared and participated, and no one was brave enough to remove me. I still stay involved on a continuing basis. I think I'm only going to be speaking about the S version today. It provides better definitions, which we desperately need, and it cleans up the process. Questions arose in this last election that none of us anticipated. We have definitely need to improve the facsimile process, which is a minor endeavor. We definitely need to improve the adjudication process, which was enhanced on the fly, and I'm looking at working with one of my Democrat colleagues to try to make sure that we enhance the ability to look at voter intent, not the prescriptive code that exists today, which I view as extremely Napoleonic and un-American. I do believe that the training process and the early nomination is proper and totally correct. Why 22 days before? Because in the next 7 days, you're going to have 20% of all the ballots come in. And if you're not going to have your observers there, you have waived your right to monitor the process. The ballots get mailed on day 21. By day 16, 10% of the ballots are back. You need to have people present at the beginning, not after the election is over. We need to define the duties of our observers. They need to be defined properly, and people need to be trained. And I commend the clerk for stepping forward to do this. We also need to make sure that the campaigns and other organizations enhance that training. Finally, I want to comment briefly to the banning of out-of-state voters. Going to a special amendment to prevent people from being sent a ballot if they're out taking care of sick family members, if they've left town for education or work training, they should not be subjected to special disenfranchisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There are three members in the queue for you. First, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Randy, for being here tonight. I appreciate and respect everything you've just said. One of my questions is, you had brought up that this is the first time that we've contested, or we've had such contention, I guess, maybe?
A contested election. There have been very little observers. There have been many days when at the election center there were less than 3 observers from all groups. Mm-hmm. So this was the first time we actually had a contested election where observers showed up, and they showed up a little bit late, is my point.
So mail-in ballots went into effect in 2018 with that 17 with the mayoral race. So isn't it safe to say that in 2000 and when did he get elected? 21, Mayor Bronson, that this has opened up a Pandora's box with mail-in elections?
No, when you have an election that is a 60-40 election, I do not contend it's contested, and very few people viewed the quality of the process as being something to look at.
Madam
We
Chair,
finally have people involved.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question? How many voters does it take for the voters to be considered disenfranchised with mail-in ballots? How many voters, how many individuals who were disenfranchised with their voting and able to cure their ballots would it take to, in your opinion, constitute mail-in ballots don't work?
I have no idea what you just asked me.
If you have a majority of, if you have 1,200 people that had to come in and cure their ballots, I believe that's about the right number.
I know some of those ballots were fraud. They were rejected because they were fraudulent. The signatures did not match, and I'm proud of the fact that they were rejected.
So then my question to you would be...
I don't know how many people Mickey Mouse their signature to see if they can...
So then my question would be, how does that make mail-in ballots safe then?
I'm sorry, make it what?
If you have mail-in ballots and you're saying that fraud has been committed based on mail-in ballots, then how do we fix that?
We caught those people. Their signatures did not match.
So I have a very direct question.
Point of order, Hold on, please, Ms. Allard. Ms. Zelatel?
I think it's improper to debate with a member of the public.
I'm not. I'm trying to convey my question. If I could just ask that one more time.
Actually, Ms. Allard, I'm going to go to the other members in the queue.
Thank you, Madam.
Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Randy, for speaking tonight. Appreciate that. To the issue of training only for observers, can the training be done completely online?
I have not given that much thought. I heard Bryce suggested a while ago. That is better than none, by far. I think an interactive session with humans might be better because the first round of online training is generally fairly weak, and that's what we would have.
Can I, Randy, to go further, Madam Chair, if that's okay? I've spent the better part of the last 20 years doing online training exclusively for highly complex aircraft with multiple systems, 20 to 25 very complex systems, and every section you're tested on, and you don't move to the next session until you're certified. When you certify the entire course, you get a certification code that allows you, that gives, I cannot understand, because I've done observation myself and I was trained, I cannot believe that it is so complex that it can't be all done online, and you're saying it might not be able to be done online.
You can put anything online if you invest enough time and effort and have people pre-qualified to where they can absorb the training, which in the case of the environment you're referring to, that is sort of a precursor for the training to go to people who are well qualified to absorb it. We're dealing with volunteers coming in for their first time. And everybody's entitled to ask very, very dumb questions when you don't know the scope of what you're looking at. And for that reason, I think the best thing you could have is a quality online text that can then be covered by a qualified instructor answering questions and giving guidance. That would give us the best quality of observers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Constant?
Thank you very much. Randy, I just wanted to say two things, or maybe three actually. First, I haven't missed a minute of this hearing, just so you know your representative is attending, paying attention, and here. So to the clerk, I would ask to be listed as present. Second, I want to thank you for being unique among so far the testifiers tonight who has taken time to really look closely at this and sees merits to some of the questions that are on the paper, and that there are improvements that can be made, because in the end, that's what a public hearing is all about. And then finally, to the point of online testing, the difference I think between what might have happened at a multinational international corporation versus the municipality is a wealth of resources available as well. What are your thoughts on the cost of developing such a program? But most importantly, I just want you to know I'm here.
Okay, I appreciate knowing you're here. Secondly, I've encouraged the clerk to do more online training items because I think it helps our citizens to understand the process. If we can do part of this well as a training guide, great. But we need to be able to take our people quickly to the point where they're competent observers coming from minimal prior knowledge. We've heard people say they were their first-time observer. I remember being a first-time observer a long time ago. And I've worked with first-time observers in almost every election cycle. And that's one of the reasons I work with them on the floor at the state and the municipal elections. And I look forward to participating in the training to make sure it is done well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Aller, do you have one final quick, succinct question for Mr. Rudrick?
I do. Mr. Rudrick, you had mentioned that you believe that online might not be as effective, but the whole world has been running online for 2 years. Do you think we could do a combined where we do online and in-person training?
I'm advocating online and combined effort because, for example, I think our children have suffered significantly from an online-only program for a long time.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all, please come forward. And if there's anyone else who wants to speak at this first public hearing, please queue up and form a line. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council or area of the community in which you live.
Good evening, Brenda Hasty, District 3. At a time where we're across the nation, everyone is scrutinizing elections and election integrity, I think this ordinance is regressive. It's taking a step backward, and we should be working towards gaining the public's trust in election integrity and the process. If this was an ordinance that was bringing forward scrutiny on the data rules, the data integrity of our elections, who's registered to vote, requiring IDs, allowing good access to in-person voting, that would serve a better purpose for us. This last municipal election, when my daughter and I went to vote, it was very difficult to vote in person. When we came here to the Lusac Library, the line was out to the parking lot. It was cold. And so we found ourselves trying to figure out, where else can we go vote? We couldn't vote in District 3, in our community, so where could we go and vote? We ended up downtown and at City Hall, and it was much quicker there, but still we had to commute in order to do that. Not everyone has that ability. So if we're looking at including citizens in the voting process, making it harder to vote in person is not the way to do it. I am sad that this body took away that ability for us, that just elected to send me a ballot in the mail when I haven't requested one. And for a long time I worked up on the slope, so I may not have been home to receive it and vote it. That is a disservice to me also. And I never had a say in that process, So I think that not allowing cameras, that's taking away transparency, photo documentation. I don't think that this is good for earning the trust of the public, and I hope that you will consider that. From everything that I've seen in the past 3 months or so that I started taking an interest in what was happening here, I honestly don't have a trust that you will take anything that we've said tonight into your vote and how you vote, but I also feel it's my duty that I should come out and say something, and I hope that I encourage more people here tonight to get out and say something in the event they're not here next week. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, this first public hearing on AO 2021-110 is closed. The second public hearing will be on Tuesday, December 21. A reminder that if you have questions, you can contact the elections team at elections@anchorageak.gov, or you can call 907-243-VOTE. That's 907-243-8683. If you want to send testimony in on this item, you can do that online by going to muni.org, clicking on Assembly and following down to the links, or you can email all Assembly members at www.mas@muni.org. And I do want to note too, someone had mentioned a Sears location, and the Muni doesn't have an election location at Sears. That's for a state election. And if you do receive a postcard, the postcards just went out for someone else, please mark return to sender and put it back in the mail. Thank you. Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up items 4 Delta and 4 Echo next.
Second.
Thank you. This is to be able to take up these 2 license or special land use and license applications before we get to 2 other items that will probably take the rest of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. A motion has been made to change the order of the day, moved by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Peterson, to now take up items 4D and 4E. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed, and we will now take up item 4D. 4D, resolution number AR 2021-392, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Alaska Joint Ventures, LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M27 922, doing business as Bad Habits, and located at 7731 Shune Street, Unit D in Anchorage, Taku Campbell Community Council. Case 2021-0128, Planning Department. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Mr. Turner, let's go ahead and give Ms. Howard a call, please.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Howard.
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AR 2021-392, a marijuana license and special land use permit for Alaska Joint Ventures. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
So my name's Colleen Howard. I'm actually the licensee in this matter, and Mr. Weddleton requested that I add my name to this list so I could be present if you had any questions for me. I really don't have any comments.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Howard. If we have questions, we'll give you a call back.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body? Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee looked at this on December 2nd, and we recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-392.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Item 4D passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 4E, resolution number AR 2021-399, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit to expand an existing liquor store by 906 square feet to increase in size from 3,054 square feet to 3,960 square feet for license 1941 for Liquor Stores USA North, Inc., DBA Brown Jug, Independence Park location on Abbott Road. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward if you wish to testify on this item. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zelatel. I will note for members that Anna Fisk, the applicant, is available for questions, and we can call her if members have questions. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2021-399.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Allard? Item 4E passes 11-0. Before we take up our next item, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back to item 4B, which is AO 2021-114. Thank you. If folks could please take their seats. Next, we have before us item 4B, ordinance number AO 2021-114, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.20 relating to the organization of the executive branch.
Waive
and-
reading.
Thank you. Department of Law. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Mr. Turner, could we go ahead and give Ms. Silvers a call, please?
We're sorry. The customer you have dialed is unavailable.
Let's go ahead and try Mr. David Pitts.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. David Pitts. Hello? We'll try again.
Please leave your message for 4-2.
We'll come back to the phone here and hear from folks in person. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record and the area of the community in which you live.
Irene Queetno, District 3. Considering I am for this ordinance, considering the fact that you all seem to be very confused what is your responsibilities and what is the executive branch's responsibilities, this is very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and line up. We'll go back to the phones and try again. Let's go ahead and try Ms. Silvers again first.
We're sorry. The customer you have...
Okay, let's try Mr. David Pitts. Hi, Mr. David Pitts.
Yes, ma'am. This is him.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-114, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.20 relating to the reorganization of the executive branch. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of the muni in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
My name is Desmond David Pitts. I currently live in Seattle, Washington. I lived in Anchorage, Alaska before I was incarcerated due to the riots last year. The reason why I kind of wanted to be on this panel is because I want to address the situation. I think a lot of people don't really call out, or they do, they just kind of hide it under the rug. My brother Dalen Polu, he was shot by the police on February 16th. 2021, and as you're aware, nothing really happened to his case. Our questions weren't answered.
Sir, excuse me, let me pause your time. We have before us ordinance AO 2021-114, which pertains to a proposed reorganization of the executive branch. Do you want to comment on that ordinance? Thank you, Mr. Turner. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Motion has
If
been
there's an
made
S version, sorry.
by Mr. Rivera to approve the S version and seconded by Mr. Constant, or moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And members are looking for the S version. Actually, did you all find it? No? Okay, so while we get that S version, we do have several high school students here, and if I could ask them to come up and just introduce themselves, if they wouldn't mind, while we just, it's not on this topic, but is standard protocol. And if folks on the phone could please mute. Oh, if you want to just come to the podium there. Welcome, and if you just want to state your name and the school you're from and why you're here.
This is on. Hi, I'm Stellan Johnson from Service High.
Hi, my name is Isabella Smith, and I also go to Service High School. And I am Jennifer Gore, and I also go to Service High School. And we are here for a U.S. government project called a Citizen Action Project, and we are accruing hours.
Great, thank you so much for being here. It's nice to have students come back here again for meetings. We are still confirming if there is an S version. There's no S version. So, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just moved the regular version. I had the two items confused.
Second degrees.
Approval of a motion to approve AO 2021-114 has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, do you wish to speak? Or we can go straight to amendments, actually.
Straight to amendments, please.
There are 4 amendments, and we'll just go through the packet. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Dunbar Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded, or seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a pretty simple amendment. It just restores the Anchorage Library to department status. In this reorganization, the library department is absorbed into the Parks Department and turned into a division. I think many of us have received emails from constituents. We received a letter, I believe, from the Anchorage Library Foundation. I think there is a lot of opposition to this absorption of the library into the Parks Department. Within the budget, it didn't show any savings or reduction in personnel, and I believe the library has been functioning well as a freestanding department. So I ask my colleagues to support this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that now that the budget has actually been approved, when we start moving around departments and divisions and such, we actually kind of wreak havoc on that budget. So can we ask the administration to speak to that, please? Thank you.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to do my very best, but I may need assistance from the Department of Law and HR. One of the challenges we saw, and one of them specifically, is Amendment Number 4. I think it is Amendment Number 4 from Mr. Dunbar that'll be coming up, but this one will have the same issue. The challenge being is you've appropriated by a department level. That appropriation document is already done.
We received the substantive one that changes a bunch of divisions to departments, but in the appropriation document, you appropriated via department, not by a division. So if you pass this, you are going to have a lot of departments then that are not funded through in an appropriation document. That's my understanding. The other thing that the Assembly needs to understand is a lot of work goes on the back end of effectuating a budget and effectuating an organization. So for weeks and weeks and weeks, the IT department and classifications within HR and OMB build a budget, the budget you've already passed, and they build SAP, the mapping of SAP, all of those nuances within that system to effectuate that budget and all the personnel that are under it. So effectively, for many weeks now, they run a series of tests, they run a series of validations, all of those things in preparation of January 1, 2022, when everything goes live. By the Assembly making significant changes, changing divisions to departments and et cetera, frankly, it wreaks havoc on the system, so much so where there was concern raised when we saw the upcoming Dunbar Amendment that changes multiple divisions. The departments are advising me they don't know if the background IT work can get done, they don't know if the validations can get done, which ultimately could wreak havoc on paying employees once we hit January 1, 2022. So it's going to be the administration's recommendation as this body goes forward, because many of these amendments we didn't see until 5:30, right before 6 o'clock a meeting. I literally have IT, OMB, classifications, and law reviewing all these. We simply can't give you an answer of what the impact will be, or if we can even effectuate this in time to effectuate the 2022 budget, and if it'll be necessary for the Assembly to come back and repass a new appropriation document. These are all concerns that I'm raising to you. I don't know all the answers right now because this was, especially the later amendments, were brought up at such a late hour. So I'm just putting it out there that there are a lot of concerns that were raised to me by staff that we simply cannot answer for you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I could, please. Thank you. And actually, again, a question for the administration. And the comment was made that with the previous organization and management structure, that the library was functioning well. I would say, I guess it's been 5 months now that 4 or 5 months now that I'm assuming the library is still functioning well, but under a reorganized and a little different structure. So is that fair to say, is the library not functional right now because it's been under a different organizational structure, or is our library functioning just fine even though it has a new organizational structure? Thank you.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, I would tell you the library is functioning very well. We have seen some realignment because we are in preparation of merging the alignment of leadership between Parks and Rec and the library. We have seen that. We've been working towards that direction. And so, yes, we have been operating very well.
Thank you. So in other words, if we were to go back to the way it was several months ago, that would be a change in the structure, a change in everything that manages the library at this point. It would be an additional change. Is that true?
It is true to an extent, but I have to put a caveat on it, Assemblymember Kennedy. We, by code, are operating under the current organizational structure in code. However, as you know, Mr. Trombley, for example, is a new director of community development. He filled a PCN for Chris Schutte, who used to be the OEC director, who the library reported to. Functionally, the library has been following effectively coordinating with Parks and Rec and the municipal manager because this was the structure we were going to. For example, OECD is on paper, but truly that function has already been dispersed.
And it's basically, I mean, truly, by the budget, the Assembly already adopted that type of framework. Now, this is the reorg, it's different, but the budget has effectuated the proposed organizational structure. So yes, it's kind of this no man's land, frankly. But because the budget was passed, all these systems have been built on this organizational structure.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
I think I'll wait. I need to get.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant, on the amendment?
Thank you. Yes, I have two comments. First, in the budget process, we specifically passed an amendment that allows for these items to be addressed because we recognize that this is out of order. And the budget that was effectuated was based on the principle that we would be adopting an amendment to the organizational chart that we as the Assembly have the authority and the prerogative to establish. And in fact, we were forbearing on the administration in this case because the code states in section 6.10.040A4 that the reorganization is due 120 days prior to the deadline for submitting the budget. Excuse me, at the same time for proposing the budget. So it was due 120 days before the budget going active. So we as an Assembly, recognizing that this is in a new administration, created space for them to work through this process, but we did not and will not give up our authority to establish the organizational chart. And so, while it is a challenge to the administration and the various departments to get this done, whether or not it can be done by the 1st, I don't know what the ramifications are there. But this is not of the Assembly's creating. This is of the administration's creating. Second, the question of the library amendment is vital. I heard concerns today from members of the public that this acting library director is scooping books off the shelves that she doesn't feel are appropriate. And that raises grave concerns to me. And I personally would not give up the authority for the Assembly to confirm the director of the library because that position is vital to the health of this community.
A point of order, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Yes, Mr. Constant speaking to an accusation about a current person that's working for the municipality, and I don't think that's okay if she can't even defend herself. He's accusing her of things that we don't know is true.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Fair
Thank
point.
you.
Mr. Constant, please speak to the amendment directly. Go ahead.
Oh, no, Madam Chair, I was speaking exactly to the amendment that I am not, and I recommend to my peers that you not give in to this argument that we have somehow missed the opportunity because we passed a budget. And, one last note I would make, thank you for helping spark this, Mrs. Allard, that we just passed the budget. If, in fact, since we just passed the budget a few weeks ago, there isn't time to change from now to then, how did we get all of those systems encoded from then to now? So I think the benchmark in time, if in fact we're at a point where the administration is suggesting that it is past the opportunity, let's just count the days back to when the budget actually passed. Whatever they could have done between then and now is what they can do between now and then. So I urge my peers to support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak to a few points. First, as Mr. Constant raised, there's been accommodation of the administration on the reorganization, so I think that's important to note. And I think it's important to note because that was the premise we were all building the budget off of. And that is why we had discussed the conforming amendment. We had received legal advice as to it. So I think any practical limitations that may be presented to the administration at this point, if there are additional changes, aren't the result of the budget process, but are the result of this being so late in the year and coming forward. Second, I am concerned if operationally, things are changing before we have a chance to weigh in. There's a balance of power that is required. The reorganization is put forward, but it does not go in effect until such time as the Assembly approves it. So I think that is really important. It shouldn't just be presumed that it will be approved, and it shouldn't be presumed that these changes should be made because we're operating under the 2021 budget and the 2021 organizational chart that was already in effect. Finally, on this amendment, I support the amendment, but I reluctantly support, actually, I don't support the underlying ordinance, frankly, the underlying organization. So I'm torn about whether or not I should vote for this amendment because the idea is if you don't support the underlying item, maybe you shouldn't vote to amend it. I think it is tremendously important that the Anchorage Library be its own department. However, I think the organizational chart as proposed consolidates too much responsibility and authority in the municipal manager's office. It, in fact, narrows the viewpoints, I think, that the mayor can rely on. Before, there were multiple people who reported directly to the mayor. Now it funnels through more of a singular point. And I do have workflow concerns about that as well. So I support this completely in theory. I just don't know if I can vote for the overall reorganization because of those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Gates, you're in the queue. I'll go ahead and go to Mr. Gates. I think he may want to respond.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just asked to speak to mention what I think Mr. Constant and Zalatel were alluding to is the Assembly's authority to establish departments and so forth. And in our charter, we have in Article 5, it's the executive branch article. In Section 506, Administrative Code, it says the Assembly by ordinance shall adopt an administrative code providing for the identity, function, and responsibility of each executive department and agency. And I think that sort of bolsters what they were saying, and it's part of that, I guess, balance between the Assembly and the executive branch here that have some involvement in this reorganization. Although, of course, there's disputes and disagreements about how that should work.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I got a couple of points. One, I think Ms. Domboski said she didn't see these amendments until 5:30 today, but I have them. I think I have 4 now, and we got 4 a week ago. Is that how I got these? I mean,
There were 2 that were posted online for Friday's work session, I believe, and then 1 that was spoken of also, I believe, in the work session.
Okay, because I have 4 that refer to agenda item 14C, which is from our agenda a week ago. So and we had them a week ago. One thing on the reorganization, and people have made a really good case that the library should be independent. It's worked well independent, and it seems to me it does. But, for most of the things we look at, I try to look and say, what would this look like 20 years from now? And someone had said, with the elections one, would we pass this if someone else were the clerk? And I said, that's how I look at it. How does this work in a future world with all different players? But, in an org chart, it's different. This is the mayor and his team saying, how do we want to work? What works best for us? They're in charge of making the city run. And it really, so I lean very heavily towards what do they want? What do they think works best for them? And were I to do it, I would leave the library separate. It seems like it worked fine. I want to have the independence, but this is a different team. And if we are to move it and give it director, it doesn't really mean if the city manager doesn't want to talk to them and wants them to go through someone else, she's still not going to want to talk to them. I mean, it's really, because that's the way she wants to run it. I don't mean that in any offensive way. I'm just saying, you have your way of running things, and we all do. So I'm really hesitant, even though people have made a good case why they want it independent. But the people running the show don't want it that way. And if we force them to do it different, can we? I don't know if, just giving them a director or a I don't know what they're called if they're not a director, but, department head. Does that change? I just don't see it changing. If they don't want to operate that way, they're just not going to operate that way. So I don't know if I've beat this 3 different ways and made my point. But so, I won't support the amendment, though, because I think they should be able to decide. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I do want to note that the 4 amendments were available on December 7th at our regular meeting, and 2 of them were introduced at the work session prior to that. I think that was Friday the 3rd. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The library issue notwithstanding as a standalone subject matter, overall, and you mentioned what this is going to look like, Mr. Weddleton, in 20 years, and maybe last year as we look at the phasing of this, or what did it look like 20 years ago as they were looking forward, just so my administration can figure out a structure that the Assembly will approve. I'd like to know in the historical context when the Assembly has made changes to this degree or to any degree in an administration's organizational chart. We're trying to comply, but we don't know what you want, and I just want to know historically, when was the last time you did this? When was the last time any assembly did this?
Thank you, Mayor Bronson.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to defer to Ms. Dabowski at this time. Thank you.
And for clarification, is that a question to Assembly members in general? Is that a question for council? To whom is your question directed?
Yes. Council and the Assembly, because we have no historical record of an Assembly making this level of change or any change to the organizational structure of any mayor since 1975. If you can find that, I'd love to see it.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. And through the excuse me.
Amy Dombrowski would like to speak at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please, through the course of this debate, if there are members who wish to address the mayor's question, please put yourself in the queue and feel free to do so. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I just want to clarify a couple of things. The administration is not saying the Assembly doesn't have a role to play in this process. So I just want to go back. What I was raising is I was trying to make sure the Assembly was aware. This isn't just about who reports to who on what boxes. There's real back-end work that is done by IT, that is done by classifications, that's done by HR and OMB to load the budget that takes weeks and weeks and weeks in testing. And part of the reason they have kicked it into high gear and gone forward is frankly because this body passed the budget. And the budget document is a document that actually effectuates the organization, right? We knew there might be a change or two because we had seen the 2 amendments that were posted online. And I just beg to differ. We did not see the substantive amendment from Mr. Dunbar that moved multiple divisions. And what I'm saying with those multiple division moves, there's a lot of back-end IT and finance work that has to be done. I want to read from one of our deputy directors, just a brief comment. Additionally, this was in reference to some of the division moves. Additionally, these will require more testing that will be tough to accomplish with SAP or yearly support packs going in and several other regular year-end changes. If HR, IT, and OMB can't get these changes made or tested, it could impact finance heavily with multiple manual journal entries and create huge org structure issues impacting employees as many items function based on the org structure. Example, leave requests and other manager tasks that need to be completed in SAP. So all I'm trying to communicate to the Assembly is this particular issue is more than just what boxes line up under who. As we all know, historically, many times, almost every department except for finance and law, typically, report to the municipal manager. It's how you delineate that, but this is more than just who reports to who. There's a lot of back-end technical work that is done by employees in order to effectuate the organizational structure.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Next is Mr. Dunbar and then Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I guess I'll just reiterate 2 things. First, this reorganization is following the budget, and that's unfortunate. I think we all would have preferred to have the reorganization document earlier, pass it, and then pass the budget. But second, we explicitly put language in the budget anticipating just this occurrence, anticipating a conforming amendment, and hopefully putting the administration on notice. We also had a work session, of course, about these issues, and the administration raised, sort of laid out their grand vision for what the reorganization will be. And I'll say that most of the critiques I've heard are about amendment number 4, which is not just my amendment, by the way, but that's something we could have a conversation about when amendment number 4 comes up, because the overwhelming sort of philosophy of the mayor's change, or their rather reorganization, I don't oppose, and I do think that should go forward, and I will support the underlying ordinance. But this specifically, the library, I believe should remain an independent agency, independent department. We've been talking about it for months. The amendment was ready to go at the work session, or at least I described it at the work session. And we've received a lot of feedback from the public that they want the library to remain independent. So we'll have a broader discussion perhaps at amendment number 4, but for now I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. To the staff who are listening, I just want to apologize for the hardship that this, if it passes, may create on your workflow. We've taken this up as quickly as we had it and as soon as we could in the order of operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the Muni manager speak a little bit more on the reason that the administration didn't want the library on a standalone, just so I can understand it just a little bit better?
Ms. Zabowski?
Thank you. Through the chair, I am going to ask Director Durand, I believe he's on the line. I'm going to ask him to speak to the alignment that we believed we found within Parks and Rec and why that would conform and actually, frankly, serve both departments better. Josh, are you on the line? Okay, he's not, but he did speak to this at the work session. And I think he spoke to it well. We do believe that there is synergy that we can find within Parks and Rec and the library. Those are two departments that work pretty close together now. However, when we see people that want to host specific types of events, we see what happens. They have to go through the leadership of Parks and Rec. They have to go through the leadership of library. By bringing the library in as a division of Parks and Rec, Josh believes that he really can leverage both departments and create a better synergy and make it a little more not only user-friendly for the public, but frankly a more efficient operation. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. And I'd like to make a couple of comments in regards to the amendment. I understand people want the library to be a standalone, but my concern is exactly what the mayor had brought up. Have we as a body done this to other administrations? And my concern is if the library is generally under the Muni manager, and the Muni manager has decided at the rest of the administration that this would work best for the municipality in running the organization. I'm not sure, even though it's legal, possibly, why the assembly body would want to move the library or to leave the library on a standalone. I still don't have enough reason from members of this body to say why it is so important that the library is left alone. As we heard Friday in the work session, I just wanted that to be more on public record here today of why it is so important for the department or the library just to be left alone. And if anybody wants to speak up to it, Mr. Dunbar, this is your amendment, and I'm just curious, like, if it's not fiscally hurting the library, then what's the problem? If you're comfortable speaking to it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions before we move to the vote, and this is to Dean Gates. I just want to confirm that it is the responsibility of the Assembly to approve the organizational chart, and that the Assembly has the authority to make changes to the proposed organizational chart. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Then I urge support of this amendment. I, like some others that have spoken, actually support the majority of the reorganization, and want to support the mayor and his team on moving forward with that reorganization, with the exception of a few areas which I think are really important, and then the library is one of them. So I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in listening to a lot of the conversation and in the explanations that we've heard here already, it brings up to me that I think we have a bit of a quandary in terms of the process by which an incoming mayor has to go through. Obviously, coming in, they're hiring people, maybe deciding to change people's positions, but at the same time, they have to design that organizational chart that basically determines how they're going to manage the entire municipality. And at the same time, they're also designing a budget. And I just wanted to bring up the fact that the budget, comes out the 1st of October. So that's pretty quickly into the new administration's timeline. And it certainly appears that, I can see how conflicting that can be when you're trying to move people into position, and at the same time you're telling them, okay, your job right now is to hurry up and get a budget designed. So we've almost set up that conflict, an issue whereby you're trying to decide which comes first. Does the budget come first, or does the organizational chart come first? And so I don't think that there's really any fault of anyone's in trying to say that it took too long for this to come about, and it's the administration's fault for not getting the organizational chart done in time, and and those kinds of accusations. I think what we have is more of, like I said, which comes first. This is kind of a chicken or the egg kind of a quandary. But with all that said, there isn't anything here that's broken that I think demands amendments to, because this really does come down to a preference. This is about the opinion of a newly elected mayor and how he, or if it had been a she, would have decided how the organization should be run. And any one of us, if we decided, if we had won that election as well, we would be doing the same thing. We would be putting in our preferences for how we would like to see things done. So much like Mr. Weddleton is saying, when you've got a manager, basically, who's going to decide how to run the business, that's part of their prerogative. And certainly there's a role with the Assembly to try to approve an organizational chart, but at the same time, there's a responsibility to recognize that an elected official is determining how best to organize everything. So I really don't see how this really makes a difference in terms of trying to fix something that I don't think is going to be broken. I still believe the library will function just as well as it always has, But that kind of puzzles me to think that all of a sudden we have to do some little tweakings here and there, which we know are going to cause some other issues because things have been moving in a certain direction already. Now we're going to make them shift gears and do something different so that we can say that we have chosen to move the library into department status versus division status. And it just doesn't seem to make sense in terms of an overall goal. So I would actually hope that my colleagues would vote no on this amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I believe Mr. Durand is on the line, Ms. Demboski, and then after that we'll go to Mr. Constant. Mr. Durand?
Yes, this is Josh Durand. Can you hear me?
Yes, Josh, we can hear you. Josh, you did such a good job in the work session of talking about the alignment between Parks and Rec and the library. Could you just recap for Assemblymember Allard, who asked the question, why do you think Parks and Rec and the library would be a good alignment?
Yes, and thank you, Amy. And through the chair to answer Ms. Allard's question, it really has to do with programming and how we can find some true synergy between the two departments. We do have shared events now, but when we share assets, there's an administrative effort through staff of acquiring the other department's assets to have these events. Our programmatic staff has become very excited about this new idea, because then we come together as a big team. Those administrative efforts are now gone, and it truly becomes essentially two divisions working together to have these better, larger events with true collaboration instead of the separation that we have now. Yes, we do things together now, but together we think we will have do a much better job and be a much stronger team.
Thank you, Mr. Durand. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just briefly, Ms. Kennedy made an argument that an accusation was made. There was no accusation. It was a simple statement of fact. There isn't a issue of which comes first. The code states very clearly they're supposed to come on the same exact day. That said, whose prerogative is it? This is the Assembly's prerogative. The mayor makes a recommendation, the Assembly makes the decision. And with that, I call the question.
Second.
A motion to call the question has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. As this is not a debatable motion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to call the question.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to call the question passes 9-2. And what this motion does is stops the debate, and the members will proceed then to a vote on Amendment 1.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment passes 8-3. Next, we have LaFrance and Constant Amendment Number 2. Mr. Constant?
I move this amendment.
Second. The amendment has been moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Constant, do you want to speak to this amendment?
I don't have the item in front of me. Would you read it, please? Can somebody read it, I should say, Madam
Yep,
Chair?
I will, if the Vice Chair recognizes me.
Ms. LaFrance, please go ahead.
Thank you. The purpose of this amendment is to restore the code language for the Office of Equity and Justice and the structure that was originally enacted by AO 2020-79S, including the status of dual responsibility to the Assembly and the Mayor, and the durational tenure of the Chief Equity Officer's appointment, dismissal only for cause, and dismissal only with concurrence of the Assembly. So this amendment seeks to restore that language that is in code.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Clearly, this is an issue is sensitive.
Excuse me, Mr. Constant, one moment, please. Ma'am, in the first, second, third, fifth row, please refrain from shouting. That is a warning. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. What I was going to say before I was interrupted was that clearly this item has taken up substantive significance with the filing of litigation by the administration, and still we as a legislative body have a duty to correct the change that has been made and finalize this for the next steps that we will be moving to as we go through the legal process. I urge your adoption of it. This is to protect the legislative body's authority to implement its intent.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could ask a question to legal, please. Apparently, the Muni manager or the Muni attorney and the Assembly attorney both represent us, so I don't care which one answers the question. My question is that we're going to look at, this is going to pass, like it's obvious. So my question to you would be, if this is going to pass, how can we go ahead and change law when we're already under litigation for, and this could impact, how is this going to fall back on the Assembly? Changing code and we're under litigation, or we will be, or we've already have a lawsuit coming against us.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, thank you for the question. The administration has obviously already filed a lawsuit indicating that we believe the Assembly has overstepped their authority in the separations of powers. So this will be resolved when the court finds in favor of the administration. Then we'll have to come back and change code to comply with that court order.
And could we hear from Mr. Gates or Mr. Burke, please? As the question was for...
Point of order.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Allard, and
actually, I want to hear from the Muni attorney.
I'd like to make a point of order, please.
If everyone could just hold on a moment. Mr. Perez-Verdilla, on your point of order?
Yes, I'm not sure what the question that he is responding to. If I could just have clarification of what is the exact question that legal is responding to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. My understanding is how would passing this amendment impact the
If I could direct it to the Muni attorney.
Underway. Yes, and we are clarifying your question. Would you like to restate your question?
Yes. Mr. Burke, can you tell us how passing this ordinance while we're under litigation could impact the Assembly?
And Ms. Allard, to be clear, you're talking about this amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize. How this amendment being passed by, if it's passed by the body, how it will impact us legally?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke for the record. I mean, I don't know that it necessarily impacts the litigation. I mean, obviously this issue is at dispute, and there are substantial disagreements between the executive and the legislature on whether or not you can have for-cause protection on department directors, and that's the subject of the lawsuit, and I suspect that a court will be issuing a ruling on it fairly quickly given the circumstances.
Mr. Gates, on the question of how the amendment could impact litigation.
Well, I actually think Mr. Burke answered pretty well there. I agree. When the court has some final decision on the issue, then we will know how this all plays out at this time between legislative acts. And it is a live dispute, and clearly we have litigation, like Ms. Dembowski mentioned, saying that we overstepped our bounds. We have the code that they may have decided not to follow, and the Chief Equity Officer, the Office of Equity and Justice in that position. It's a live dispute, obviously. How will it impact us? It won't impact the litigation. That will move forward until we get resolution from the court. And then I guess we will comply with the court's order at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Rivera on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So two things. First, I just want to clarify that the underlying ordinance proposed by the administration is, if passed unamended, is actually what would change the law. The amendment, just very first line of the purpose summary of the amendment, this amendment will restore the code language So what this amendment does is just brings it back to what we passed in 2020. And speaking specifically to the amendment itself, I worked very closely with the Berkowitz administration at the time to craft this ordinance, and I absolutely agree with the concept of the ordinance that was passed, and hope that it is vigorously defended in court, and looking forward to that playing out as it will. But I will be supporting this to make sure that what we passed in 2020 is very clear and is not changed by the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to sort of clearly state the posture here. We have current code 340-120, I'm sorry, 320-140, I believe it is, and it's not changed yet. It still has the Office of Equity and Justice. Nothing's changed until this ordinance passes. This ordinance is the mayor's proposal to change that code section that to align with his perspective and his lawsuit. And this amendment is just to say, no, the Assembly's, if this amendment passes, is going to keep current code the way it is for that office.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I do think there's good reasons to leave this particular department alone until the courts decide. But looking at this, I heard the intent, and I think reading it is that it restores the existing language, which it doesn't really seem to do. It's reorganized a little bit, and there's some new words in here. Am I wrong?
Would you point to specific areas, if you would,
Yeah,
Mr. Weddleton,
sure.
and then I'll ask Mr. Gates.
Okay, so on, section 2, page 5, it's actually line 5, sort of. But that combines down, says Office of Equity and Justice, which was deleted. Chief Equity Officer, but the word shall be Director of the Office of Equity and Justice, and those new words I don't see anywhere in what's shown as deleted in the ordinance. And then it seems reorganized, okay, but at least those words are, and then within the Office of Equity and Justice are the following offices. So it is reorganized a little bit. I guess I just want to know, does this actually simply replicate at least the intent and actions of the current code, even though the words are changed a little bit?
Mr. Gates?
Yes, and as the drafter, the intent was to replicate the old code. I think there were a few words that were slightly different, but not intending to change anything in substance. Part of that was because, excuse me, part of that is because in the ordinance at page 5, actually page 4 just above, that subsection A preface language is taken out, and this amendment doesn't change that. So A becomes municipal attorney, B chief equity officer. There's just a little language change to sort of reflect that and not affect, I guess, the mayor's proposal to change the first part of subsection A, which is on page 4, line 45. I'm not sure if I caught exactly the words you pointed to, Mr. Weddleton, but as the drafter, the intent wasn't to change anything in substance of how the office operated from current code.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move to amend the amendment so that we would remove a statement under, let's see, this would be section 2, or subsection A1C, and would remove the statement, "and only with the concurrence of a majority of the assembly."
Second.
An amendment to the amendment has been moved by Ms. Kennedy to strike A on section 2, page 15, A1C, starting with the Chief Equity Officer, to strike those 3 lines, and seconded by Ms. Allard.
No, it's not all 3 lines. It's only that last statement, "and only with the concurrence of a majority of the assembly." So it would keep the part that says the Chief Equity Officer may be dismissed by the mayor only for cause shown. But
Got
we
it.
would, yeah. And can I speak to that?
Yes,
Madam
go
Chair?
ahead, Ms.
Thank
Kennedy.
you. Thank you. This seems to be contentious. I know it was contentious when we had this conversation when we first passed the ordinance that approved the office of the Chief Equity Office, or the Chief Equity Officer's office. And really, this is the only position in the entire municipality that has a clause like this. And I think what we've already done in that original ordinance was establish that office, the Office of Equal Opportunity and, or of Equity and Justice, sorry. So what we're arguing about now, and anybody could make this argument, is whether or not the Assembly has the ability for this one position to actually have to approve or concur with the dismissal of an employee. So it seems to me that we could solve a lot of problems by just getting rid of that, and we would save ourselves a lawsuit at this point as well. But there's no point in arguing over this because, as I said, there's no other position in the municipality that has this kind of requirement. So anyway, I'm interested in hearing some of the discussion, and that's why I brought it up, and hopefully this will be something that could pass and save us a lot of heartache. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'll go to Mr. Gates and then back through the queue. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I asked to speak just to one point that Ms. Kennedy made, stating that that language that she's moved to strike is the only place in code that it exists. And I just wanted to correct that because that's not quite true. We have another Office of Internal Audit, and in our code in section 320-100A2, I'm going to read it out, quote, "The Director of Internal Audit," A3, "the Director of Internal Audit may be dismissed by the mayor only for cause shown and only with concurrence of a majority of the assembly," unquote. And that language has been in place, I think, since either unification or the 80s. And so it's not an unprecedented language. However, you know, the litigation we have might affect this language as well for the internal auditor, to be frank with you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to clarify. So Ms. Kennedy would just delete the words "only for cause shown." Is that what the amendment is? I'm sorry. I know you said it 3 times already.
May I, Madam Chair? Thank you. It's to strike, well, is it correct on the screen? Oh, no, they haven't highlighted that. Yes, it is on the screen where it says the phrase, "and only with the concurrence of a majority of the assembly."
Okay, so "only for cause shown" state is after that.
Correct.
It gets deleted. Okay. So a question for, oh, I see. But that's essentially what's for the courts to decide, is that phrase at this point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gates provided the information about the internal auditor, and I think that's important because when we discussed this at various work sessions, we kept saying that this was very akin to the internal auditor, that it was going to be so that we could ask for equity audits. We kind of started coining that phrase and having that conversation. So, and that was actually one of the ways in which I was able to support this position because it wasn't then duplicative of the other positions we had around equal opportunity is because it was much more expansive and inclusive and independent. I think that's the value of having that language in that section of code is you don't want examination of equity to be anything but independent, just like you don't want the examination of your finances to be anything but independent. So I think we should stick with the language, and if there's still dispute, then I guess that's what courts are for. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Municipal Attorney Patrick Burke will speak. Thank you.
Through the chair, Patrick Burke for the record. Before a vote on amendment number 2, I wanted to make sure that the veto to amendment number 1 was read into the record. So the mayor has issued a veto of amendment number 1 as he has the authority to administer government, and amendment number 1 interferes with the effective operations and management of the mayor's
Move to
administration.
override.
A written memorandum will follow.
Madam Chair, move to override.
Mr. Constant, we're in the middle of a motion to amend an amendment, and I believe we need to dispense with those 2 motions before we take up another motion. Mr. Burke?
Well, we ceded the floor to allow the mayor's emissary to make a veto in the middle of a debate, so it's not germane. And I would argue that that action supersedes, but in the end it doesn't matter. We can proceed to the vote we need to and then get to the override. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And just, okay. So I've been advised that after we dispense with the amendment to the amendment, we can come back to Mr. Burke's point and the motion to override. So I'll continue through the queue on the amendment to the amendment. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. This is a question for Ms. Kennedy. And legal may have to chime in. We're not supposed to know about human resource issues. So if the administration comes forward and says, by the way, we are going to remove this individual based on cause, the assembly needs to vote on it. But without information, how could we verify that the mayor is removing someone with cause or not? And how are we going to, as a body, make that determination without prying into those situations? Ms. Kennedy? Sorry.
That's a question for Ms. Kennedy? Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy, on the question concerning, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how that question pertains actually to the language of the amendment, Ms. Allard.
Well, her amendment says right there, so I'm asking her.
The question is, how does Ms. Kennedy think that HR would address issues concerning?
No.
Okay, would you please restate that then?
So she said that with the majority, the assembly can remove, I'm trying to see, don't have my glasses, can vote on whether or not the person can be removed by cause. But my question is, how as a body, since we're not necessarily to know about individuals' HR, how do we as a body able to vote on with cause if we don't know the reason the mayor would remove the individual?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I'll just note that this body can go into executive session to discuss such matters. However, if Ms. Kennedy wishes to add to that.
Well, I just want to clarify that this would remove that role of the assembly, so that there would be no concurrence of whether or not a mayor had decided to remove someone from that position. So that would basically take that responsibility away from the assembly.
Okay, thank you.
So it would not be an HR issue, and it would not drag somebody out in the public for their work efforts to be examined by everyone.
So it's a
thank
way,
you.
so it's a way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Ms. Allard. And just because that was a little bit confusing there, I just want to reiterate that this body has the ability to go into executive session to privately discuss issues of personnel, so it does not need to become a public matter. Okay, anyone else in the queue? Seeing no other members.
Madam Chair, I was.
I'm sorry, Mr. Constant. Go ahead, you had a question for legal, is that correct?
Not really a question. I think he finally nailed it down. I just wanted to clarify that the position that he referenced was actually approved 4 years after unification in 1979. And I think that it's a question of that is yet to be argued whether this is even a department head in the classic sense. It's an office and an officer, but there's no department that we've created under it. And so, while some may think that this is going to fall quickly into the direction of the executive, I think that that's an open legal question, and I look forward to a robust fight. And I would offer that under this amendment, the answer is no. We established this position to be exactly what this one line that's proposing to be removed would be doing, which is give us a check on the removal so that this is an independent position, more free from the political vagaries of a simple political appointment. And so to that, I recommend no to this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to strike the terms, quote, and only with the concurrence of a majority of the assembly, end quote, on page 2 of the amendment, section 2, at the end of the line at A1C.
Mr. Constant.
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 2-9. We now have the amendment before us. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on LaFrance and Constant Amendment Number 2.
Mr. Constant.
Yes.
The amendment passes 9-2. Before we continue, we are just about out of time for debate. Ms. Zelatel?
Move to extend debate by 45 minutes.
Second.
A motion is on the floor to move to extend debate by 45 minutes. Moved by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Is there any opposition? Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, debate has been extended for 45 minutes. I will now go back to Mr. Constant.
Madam Chair, I think let's wait to override until we've finished with this process. We can get to that soon. I'm sorry, we just finished the amendment, didn't we?
So I'll go to Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, I just want to confirm the email that you referred to earlier regarding the mayoral veto of Amendment Number 1.
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. Yes, Madam Chair, I've been instructed by Deputy Municipal Attorney Ennis and soon-to-be Deputy Municipal Attorney Christensen that vetoes to amendments must be done after the amendment and before a vote on by the body on a subsequent item. So we raised the veto in time to get it on the record. The written explanation has been supplied to the members of the Assembly. A memo will follow.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Constant, what is your...
Is the argument that I just heard that since Mr. Burke made the message on the record before we took the previous vote, and then we took a subsequent vote, that we no longer have the right to override? Was that what I just heard? Because if that's the case, we would move to reconsider immediately.
Mr. Constant, that is not the case.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Burke? Or please confirm.
Yeah, through the chair, Patrick Burke for the record. I believe, I mean, if we need 5 minutes, but I think it's on a subsequent amendment, and I would confer with Assembly Counsel, Mr. Gates. Yeah, and through the chair, Patrick Burke, no, because there was an amendment to the amendment, I don't believe it precludes the ability to issue that veto on the record. Or override the veto, excuse me, I'm sorry, override the veto.
Move to override.
Madam Chair, I think that we, just to be procedurally secure, I'm sorry, point of order.
Actually, Mr. Constant, we're going to take 5 minutes and let the Muni Attorney and Assembly Counsel confer. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, and Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that part of their conference takes up the question of if they confer and make a decision that we can proceed with an override vote, and then someone after the fact comes back and says we can't.
Chris, we're on a break. We're on a break. Thanks. Okay, let's go ahead and resume the meeting. Before I go through the queue, I'm going to go to Mr. Burke.
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, I think how we do this procedurally, I don't know matters. I wanted to make the record clear, so I apologize for jumping in as you guys were debating amendment number 2. But I think the intent of the administration is to veto each amendment. We don't want to veto the ordinance, just the amendments to the ordinance. So I think we're going to veto amendment number 2 as passed just now. And then if we could take a 20-second pause so that I don't interrupt anybody as I'm issuing vetoes, I suspect, to number 3 and number 4. So I'll email the veto to number 2 now. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Dunbar?
Move to override the veto on amendment number 1.
Second.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Dunbar to override the veto of amendment number 1, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess speaking briefly to the legal memo that Mr. Burke sent, I think that's correct. I don't take any issue with the idea of the mayor having until we actually vote on the final measure to veto each amendment. In terms of the stated reasons for why he vetoed the library amendment, they're just simply false. He says that the mayor has the authority to administer government. These amendments interfere with effective operations and management. It's just not true. First of all, it's the reorganization that's going to change things, and that was brought to us. The library has been an independent agency in previous administrations. It hasn't hampered operations at all. Yeah, I just hope my colleagues vote to override. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yes, the rationale, the preliminary rationale stated is that the mayor has the authority to administer government, and these amendments interfere with the effective operations and management of the mayor's administration. However, it ignores completely and wholesale the fact that the charter and the code put within the hands of the assembly the authority and prerogative to establish the departments and their organizations. If we were to buy this argument, we would be ceding the authority to the mayor. Therefore, this veto must be overridden.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to override the veto on amendment number 1.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to override the veto passes 9-2. Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. So I think I might have described the procedure that I think I'd like to follow moving forward. I don't know that I actually issued the mayor's veto on amendment number 2. So at this time, the mayor exercises his veto powers over amendment number 2. The chief equity officer serves at the pleasure of the mayor, and like other mayoral executive appointees, he or she can be dismissed for any time at any time for any reason or no reason at all. So we would issue a veto on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Ms. Zalatel?
I move to override veto number 2.
Second.
Second.
A motion to override veto number 2 has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much as we discussed during the amendment, this is a contentious provision. One, I think we're well within our authority, will be resolved later, and it was always meant to be independent, like the auditor, like administrative hearing officers, and therefore I urge your support to override the veto. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to override the veto to amendment number 2.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I was in the queue, might not have gotten to you.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Madam Chair, point of
I
order.
just want to add that there is another
moment,
position,
Mr.
a third
Constant.
position.
So, Madam Chair, there have been numerous occasions that I have asked to speak, and you said no because the vote was underway. I find you favoring other members of the body, and you've done this before in the past, so I would say no. You've already called for us to vote, whether he was previously
thank you, Ms.
or
Allard.
not. Thank you.
My response to that is when members call in on the phone, I have given some more flexibility on that because sometimes, as what happened with Ms. Kennedy last time, I don't always see the queue in real time. So I try to accommodate that because the members do not show up in this queue.
You've done it while they've been here.
Thank you, Ms.
Madam
Allard.
Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there is a third position in the municipality, not just the auditor, but the administrative hearing officer also falls under this type. Therefore, we have to protect our right to engage in these kinds of processes to keep fairness and to protect justice in our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to override the veto of amendment number 2.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to override the veto of amendment 2 passes 9-2. Next, we have amendment number 3.
Move LaFrance LaFrance, Dunbar, and Quinn Davidson amendment number 3.
Second.
A motion has been made to move amendment number 3 by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So essentially, this just changes, well, it doesn't change. It retains any department as a department rather than converting it to a division. If the departments are converted to divisions, that means that the Assembly would no longer have the right of confirmation for the heads of those divisions. So this returns it back to how the code exists now and was intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 3.
Mr. Constant?
I vote yes.
The amendment passes 9-2. Mr. Burke?
At this time, Patrick Burke through the chair for the record, at this time the veto exercises his veto power over amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Berg.
I do not have the email. Do you want to ask him?
Move to override.
Second.
A motion has been made to override the veto of amendment number 3 by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the behalf of the administration, I'll have Amy Domboski speak. Thanks.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your opportunity, you allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the administration. It is difficult being a former member of that body and now a member of this body to watch real issues fall on deaf ears. I have explained oftentimes over and over again to no avail the actual workings of what it takes to administer government. Making amendments, making changes like this on the fly, completely disregarding the advice of IT, HR, classifications, OMB. The reality of the situation is you guys are you're making decisions tonight that are going to have significant impacts on our employees. And it really seems challenging for us because I don't think you really realize the impacts those will have. I am telling you, we will not have a redesigned budget in 2 weeks by the end of the year. It won't happen. The work that it takes on the back end to upload, to map, to test, to verify, to make sure employees' pay gets done, to make sure their leave for the end of the year. We're about to do leave cash outs for the end of the year. All these regular things that have to be done for the end of the year, these closeouts, they have to be done so employees can get their benefits that they are entitled to. And then on top of it, we have to remap the whole system behind the scenes. It's significant. The other issue that I'd like to bring up was raised to me by the Department of Law about 5:30 when we saw this amendment, was we don't know if the amendment that you have, the conforming amendment that was referred to earlier, we're talking about a substantive change. In your appropriation document of the budget, you passed, let's take Public Works for example. You appropriated by Department of Public Works. You did not appropriate Division of Maintenance and Operation, Division of PM&E, Division of Traffic. You appropriated the Public Works Department. Now you're creating new departments that have no appropriation. That is not a conforming amendment. That is a substantive change. So what I am telling you is you're creating right now by this action departments that are not effectively funded because you passed your appropriation document already. Now I asked the Department of Law, can you give me, a substantive opinion on this? They said, we can't because we just got this at 5:30 for a 6 o'clock meeting. And I'm quoting on that one. So what I'm saying is this is a massive amendment that will have significant back-end impacts on the administration of government and to be able to effectuate it. So I just I want you all to think about that and just really take back and realize this is about actually what it takes to run the government, and I wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, this was turned in late, the organizational chart. Second, Mr. Perez-Verdia asked Mr. Gates if it is our job to evaluate and make changes to the organizational chart, and indeed, legally, it is. Third, this was given to the administration a week ago. So when Ms. Domboski says that it was received at 5:30 p.m. today, that is untrue. When she says we brought it on the fly, that is untrue. Fourth, this organizational chart that the administration presented to us was a draft that came to the Assembly for approval. If they have made myriad changes on the back end, significant impacts on employees will come and they'll have to remap, in her words, the whole system. That means they've made a bunch of changes without our approval, which is in violation of the Muni Code, our law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had a work session, I think it was about a week and a half ago now. Time is sort of a fuzzy concept these days. And Ms. Nimboski went through the reorganization of their proposed reorganization that was going to come to us in this form. And by and large, I thought it made a lot of sense. They were dissolving the Office of Economic and Community Development. They were shifting some of those functions under the municipal manager and some under a new director of public works. But there was no stress at the time that because they were reducing a bunch of departments to divisions, a myriad of positions that had been confirmed by the Assembly were no longer confirmed. That's an important check on government. It's a large shift in authority from the legislative to the executive. And it just wasn't discussed at the work session really at all. And so afterwards, and again, I looked at the organizational chart and I was like, maybe the Public Works Department, it makes sense to me, and these changes make sense to me. But then we dug a little deeper and saw that there were these language changes that had this substantive shift in power. It's not even a shift in power. It's a check and a balance. It's the right of us to confirm folks. And that's the only thing we're looking to restore here. The organizational chart that they have laid out, that will remain unchanged. The people reporting will still be reporting to the same folks. We think that government will still function how they want to see it function, but we will be able to confirm these positions again. And to sort of reiterate what Ms. Quinn Davidson said, the reorganization document is supposed to drive the changes. I'm a little bit disturbed to hear that a huge amount of changes have been made and can't be undone before we've adopted the law to allow them to take place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I believe what Member Quinn Davidson said and Dunbar said is true. But I think we're also hearing from the city manager an unfortunate reality. For the non-bargain price of $95 million, we got a computer program that is miserable to live with. It does some things very well. We were getting financial reports much faster and better. Thank you, whoever does that. But so I wondered then, okay, so if we do it now, it's the end of the year, it's very busy. Maybe this is a bad time to do it, but were we to do this change in January? Would that be something that could be done? So we restore kind of where we are now, where we confirm these department heads, but we don't cause huge trauma in the system.
I think that was a question.
That was a question. I'm looking at you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, I mean, the harsh reality, and this is how it was explained to me by members of OMB, is the budget that is passed, the 22 budget, that's effectively the mapping of the people, or that's the mapping of, they have to load all those budgets in. That's a significant portion of it. That doesn't change. They still have to load that this division or this department reports here, this one goes here, it all trickles down. And what I'm saying is in the 2022 operating budget that the Assembly passed and adopted, they have already loaded it as this is the Public Works Department, these are the divisions. What they're going to have to do if this passes is, number one, we have to check with legal to see if we can actually just use a conforming amendment in a reorg to significantly alter an appropriation that this body has already done. Because you're creating Department of M&O, Department of PM&E, Department. So what I'm saying is the budget has already been based on what you already passed. When you do this reorg, no matter when you do it, there will be a significant amount of work.
Can I follow up briefly?
Go ahead, Mr. Middleton.
As we discussed when we passed that budget, we recognize that it has one known big hole in it and likely another one in mid-January, and we had a discussion to look again at that budget in January because Q1 budget revisions is just too late, and that is the almost $1 million increase in the fire department because of the new CBA, and that just came late, so it wasn't in the budget. But if we are really, I'm not prepared to add $1 million to that budget and see what they have to do to make the budget that we gave them. We need to make some other changes, and that needs to be done soon. So presumably January, and as we discussed at the meeting when we approved the budget, the AMEA CBA is also due in January, so we'll know the impact of that in January, and that will also be significant. So I think mid-January, we need to sit down, look at a revised budget for those two items, and while we're doing that, do this. We can't wait till Q1 to throw $1 million hole at the fire department. I mean, look what we're doing now to save $150,000 in overtime, you know. So I mean, my sense on this then is I'm willing to say, okay, let's wait on this. Let's wait till mid-January, and we will redo the budget, and we'll also make these changes simultaneously. And that'll save you for the year-end. Well, I guess that's a vote. So I'm looking at my colleagues here.
Thank you, Mr.
I think
Weddleton.
we should wait. Thanks.
Oh, and just a reminder too that, and perhaps I misunderstood, but we can't make any amendments on the veto override. It's just up or down.
Yeah, I guess accept the veto, and we'll deal with this in January.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of comments. One, I'm thinking I understand where the administration, because Ms. Domboski has repeatedly said she did not get it until these amendments till 5:30, which actually, Ms. Domboski, it's 5:15. And the reason I say that is because Mr. Gates had sent out an email, and in that email he said Assembly members and admin team. Attached are the written floor amendments for tonight. I only have some for 4B at this time. So I think when they're saying they had him for the work session on Friday, whether you got him in your hands or not, I have no idea, and it sounds like you didn't. So the email only came out for you guys in regards to these amendments at 5:15 via email. But I do have a question to the administration, and I'm a little bit confused because I keep hearing everybody say the organization chart has to be out within 120 days. We have gone back and forth over a period of time about precedence, tradition, and when organization charts or when other things have been done on this body and in the chambers, everything is about tradition and precedence, but now we're locking things down. Could you, Ms. Domboski, just kind of tell me if you know of the history of the typical time organization charts are done, and if you are really outside of that window, and why?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard. In fact, I think in one of our first work sessions, Assemblymember Constant referred to the fact of how fast we were getting the organizational chart out. We were actually much faster than the Berkowitz administration. I think when Mayor Berkowitz took over, I don't believe he brought forward a reorganization until spring following. So this administration is actually much faster than any administration that I'm aware of as far as bringing it forward. So it's not late. It's actually very early.
Madam
you,
Chair,
Ms.
can I do
Domboski.
just a quick follow-up?
Quick follow-up.
And I don't know if this has any relevance or relation to it, but I just wanted to hear from the administration. So this body has voted down numerous individuals to come forward to be appointed. We did not confirm. Has this had any impact on maybe where you're moving your organization chart around?
That's a difficult question to answer, but I will say this, that we believe where we've landed is the most efficient operation for the administration. The mayor has put forward his belief of how he could most effectively serve the citizens of Anchorage and how the executive branch can administer government. And what we are seeing over and over again is this body is taking historic steps to frustrate that, whether it's intentional or not. The reality is every single time something is voted down, the mayor wants to move people here. He wants to set up his team this way. The assembly is saying, no, you can't do that. We don't like it. We want you to do it this way. The reality is this is the administration of government, and we're trying to effectively do that, and the mayor believes that this is the most effective way to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. All that may be true, and the mayor proposes this, and the assembly says yes or no. It's the power of amendment. The code and charter allow. Interestingly, and I don't know the exact timelines of dates when previous administrations have affected their reorganizations, but it was just argued that an April reorganization wouldn't be a problem. It's so interesting to think that that didn't then break the budget at that time. So I would argue that This will not break the budget. Might cause some folks to have some extra work for the short term, which again, I apologize that we didn't get this in time for us to have it before the budget. To the workers of this municipality who have to actually implement this. And I would offer that if there is some legal determination that's made that the budget is somehow broken, then we luckily have the authority to amend the budget because we are the assembly. Therefore, we can take that on, as Mr. Welton said, in January if we find we have to. A special meeting before the end of the year. Let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, before Ms. Allard asked that question about the Berkowitz administration's first reorganization, I reached out to the former Chief of Staff and asked exactly that question. They informed me that AO 2015-112S was introduced on October 13th of 2015. So it wasn't the spring after, it was mid-October, and then it was passed at the same time as the budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what's concerning to me is the fact that, no, the budget's not going to break, but it could absolutely wreak havoc. I mean, I think this is what we're hearing, is that this could wreak havoc on the municipality's ability to pay people. We're talking about, just the average employee when you start shifting departments on them at this late in the game, and that, I don't want to see anybody go without a paycheck, especially during Christmas. So my question in all of this is, because this is a motion, so this is a procedural question, Madam Chair, would a motion to postpone be allowed during a motion to override a veto? And after the answer to that question, I may actually move to postpone until January. So if we can get the answer to that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. We will take 5 minutes to consult with the attorneys. Go ahead and please take their seats. We will go ahead and resume the meeting. I will turn to Mr. Gates to respond to Ms. Kennedy's question as to whether a motion to postpone the motion to override a veto is proper. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for posing a very interesting situation. And we've discussed and reviewed, and there isn't really clear legal guidance on exactly how this should play out. On one hand, Robert's rules doesn't address anything about vetoes. We do have motions in their precedents, but it's not quite the same as a motion to override a veto. And what we do know is that it's a matter of parliamentary law, and parliamentary law is often, when there's a questionable issue, is decided by the body, and so the body could decide by a vote whether a motion to postpone an amendment would be allowed or not. So I sort of have to defer this question to the body to vote on. I would make one other statement, though. We do have time limits on a vote to override a veto that are in our charter, and for a veto of an amendment to an ordinance, it's unusual, but those really need to be done before the vote on the underlying ordinance as amended. And we have an outer limit on the ordinance as amended. That outer limit in our charter provision is 21 days. So I heard the suggestion of postponing to January, but that's beyond 21 days from today, so that even that date isn't possible, for consideration. And I hope I've explained clearly what we discussed, but I would invite Mr. Burke to add anything.
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, I have nothing to add. I mean, the code nor Robert's rules discuss whether or not a motion to postpone, a motion to override a veto exists. So it would be up to this body to decide whether or not that motion is proper.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to reserve the right to call for a motion to postpone because I haven't actually made that motion and it wasn't seconded. It was just the idea of asking the question of whether or not it was permissible during a motion to override a veto. But what I do think is important is for the body to have as much information as possible about really what the impact to this amendment, the original amendment, is going to have, and the reason for the mayor's legitimate concern to veto it. So I would like to ask if the administration could kind of give us the greater detail, the more in-depth information that we need to know to basically understand what is happening and why municipal employees are just beside themselves right now over the kind of problems that this creates. So if we could, Madam Chair, I'd like for the administration to basically give us that information. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Perez-Verdillo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the question by Ms. Kennedy. I don't hear a very precise question. And my concern is that this is an opportunity just to sort of re-litigate the decision that was already made. The motion on the floor is to veto. And so I just want to be very clear. It's your call, certainly, but I didn't hear a precise question. I heard explain to us all of the things that you think. And so I just want to be clear about what the question is and what the limits to the response may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdillo. And it is my response to your point of order that, yes, it needs to be a specific question because we have the Assembly held a work session, and it is the role of the administration to convey prior to the vote the importance of timing and the specifics of any impacts of any changes. So Ms. Kennedy, if you would like to refine your question to something specific.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think because I am trying to argue the point that we should not be overriding this veto, which actually speaks to the reason why we need to hear the detail from the Assembly that, believe me, you have not heard yet. And so I think without having that information of the kind of havoc that will be wreaked upon this municipality and its employees, and will actually end up costing us a great deal of money because of SAP, the inability of SAP to do any kind of quick turnaround that we are basically asking for, is significant. And so I think we owe ourselves that information before you get to the point of making a decision about overriding this veto. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order again, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
I'd like a ruling from the chair as to whether the question is dilatory or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Given the fact that the body, I would ask the body to vote on whether or not a motion to postpone this override is a legal motion, and the fact that Ms. Kennedy is able to postpone, propose a motion to postpone the ordinance after we dispense with this motion, I do believe it is dilatory. And while I am willing to give the administration a minute or so to respond to Ms. Kennedy's question, we have had a work session, and there has been opportunity for the administration to work with the Assembly to explain the impacts that any kinds of changes would cause. So I will turn to Ms. Demboski, and if you would like to respond in a minute, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point to Ms. Kennedy's question is, what impact would a motion to change multiple divisions into departments have on the budget? For that question, or on our process, I'm going to turn to OMB. I have OMB on the line, and I do have classifications on the line. Courtney, can you talk about the budgetary potential challenges, impacts, shifting divisions to departments in this significant manner after the budget has already been passed?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the implications is that we would be altering the budget in a significant manner and rebuilding and restructuring the entire thing, basically, or the areas that are impacted. And so if we're changing divisions that are currently in departments and pulling them out of their those respective areas at this time in the budget documents, you know, those aren't identified and would cause challenges in trying to identify those areas, and then what are those appropriations?
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Next I have in the queue Mr. Constant, then Mr. Weddleton, and Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The effect of postponing this item beyond tonight and the passage of this ordinance is effectively the exact same action as voting no on the motion to override the veto. We are doing a tango here so that the talking points just keep getting rehashed. The administration missed the deadline of the 120 days, and we are in a place because that timeline, not because of anything the Assembly has done, we told them when we passed the budget that this was going to happen. They were notified. They just vetoed our budget line item, which we overrode only just days ago. So all of these arguments about time are fungible. And to that point, I call the question.
Second.
A motion has been made to call the question by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. This is not a debatable motion, so members may proceed to vote on the motion to call the question.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to call the question passes 10-1. Members may now proceed to vote on the motion to override the veto of amendment number 3.
Mr. Constant?
I vote yes.
The motion to override the veto of amendment number 3 passes 8-3. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, I'd like to move to reconsider Amendment 3.
Second.
No, but you can still second it. You can't make the motion.
Mr. Gates? Would you be able to weigh in on as to whether or not this is a proper motion, the motion to reconsider amendment number 3?
To override.
Oh,
Or wasn't it motion to over?
reconsider amendment number 3? Is that correct,
Okay.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
We can do
I'm
that.
sorry. It
Okay.
was the I thought it was
We can do
over.
that. So a motion has been made to reconsider amendment number 3 by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, well, I recommend a yes on reconsidering.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'll go through the queue. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend a no vote. So this is, I was going to make this point before Mr. Constant called the question, but it's relevant here. So you can recall so none of this was unanticipated, first of all. We had a work session a couple of weeks ago where we showed that there were going to be amendments to this budget, to this reorganization, most likely, because we knew it was unusual that the reorganization we were getting to it and passing it after the budget. So there was also an amendment. It was LaFrance Constant amendment to 2021-96, which passed, and it wrote, this was on page 1, section 1, the 2022 general government operating budget is hereby adopted for the municipality of Anchorage, except that the executive reorganization anticipated in the budget and proposed in 2021-114 is not by this ordinance approved. I mean, it was just clear as day. We told folks this is what was going to happen. And the idea that we are locked in because they ignored this law, they ignored the prior discussion we had and went about the reorganization before we passed the law, to me is just illegitimate. It obviates the role of the assembly in reorganization. It's clearly established in charter. So it's unfortunate that it played out this way. It's unfortunate we got it so late. It's unfortunate that apparently this amendment sort of fell on deaf ears. But I recommend that we do not reconsider this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Before I continue through the queue, I will go to Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you. I move to extend debate to no later than 10:20.
Second.
A motion has been made to extend debate to no later than 10:20 by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent, seeing no opposition, debate has been extended. Mr. Constant is next in the queue.
So before I make a recommendation of a yes or no vote, I would like to ask Mr. Weddleton what circumstance or condition changed that caused him to switch his vote or consider switching his vote.
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I don't want to just switch my vote. I think we need several others that need to switch as well. We have a situation here, and it is a balance of power, but it's not between the Assembly and the administration. This is between the Assembly and the administration and SAP. And I guess we got the cheap version at $95 million. We should should have got the Cadillac because it seems to be really hard to change. So we just have an unfortunate reality, and I agree with everything Mr. Dunbar said, Quinn Davidson's points earlier, everyone's. We should have seen this months ago, and they should have seen these amendments a week or so ago. There's lots of these things should have happened, and we have in there that we included with the budget saying, but be known, we haven't approved the organization chart yet, and we have these amendments. All that is true. But we have an unfortunate reality that we got this stupid computer program that is so hard to deal with. And what changed me is I listened to Courtney, thank you, Courtney at OMB, explain with some desperation that they started this months ago because that's what it takes. And I don't want to hear that. I don't want that to be the way the world is, but apparently that is the way the world is. So, you know, I think this is something we can postpone. We can make these, and I agree with this sense that these are positions that the Assembly in my time here have confirmed, and this takes them off of that, and I appreciate Mr. Dunbar bringing that forward. But we can make this change later, but right now it's end of the year, it's too traumatic, and we need to figure out how to do it in conjunction with changes in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I guess after hearing that, those are all the same arguments that were made previously for me, then I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
No more, thank you.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm probably just speaking to the wall here, but the reason why all of this information needs to come out is because we're going to inadvertently cost the municipality a great deal of money. We know what happens when pay is figured incorrectly. We've gone through this for a long time just trying to get SAP to function to begin with, and we're going to basically do this on purpose now. That's my big concern. It's not that the administration wasn't involved in the work session on Friday. They were. But it's basically all of the employees under that do the day-to-day calculations, who look at how contracts are being affected, that basically made an effort today to come forward and say, oh my gosh, we can't do this. And if you do, these are all the things that are going to give us trouble. And what I'm trying to get you all to do is to not ignore that, but to basically take the time to listen to the potential of what's really going to happen here and how much it will, in the long run, cost the municipality, and of course that means cost the taxpayer. So I would just suggest that you go ahead and move and support the move to reconsider, have the better conversation, and understand more fully what these amendments are actually doing, and then give the administration and all those, you know, the number crunchers, the people who aren't here in this room today, but absolutely work their butts off trying to deal with muni finances all day long, every day of the year. But if you would give them the chance to figure out how to do this without costing somebody their paycheck, without having overruns and shortages in paychecks, and actually be able to more effectively and reasonably put this organizational chart into effect. So I urge a yes vote to reconsider. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 points. One, I am absolutely not okay with trying to lay this at the feet of the Assembly. Absolutely not. And that feels like what is being attempted here. I don't understand how suddenly we're in a crisis position when the budget was just finished on Friday, frankly. But that said, I remember Budget and Finance after we passed the budget, I believe last year or the year before, SAP was loaded in less than 48 hours. SAP works, and you know, I think it's unfortunate that this is the narrative around this budget in this moment and this reorganization, because it was entirely avoidable. So I am a no on reconsideration, and I think we need to move forward. I set that limit of not longer than 10:30, so I'm hoping we can move quickly and dispense with this. We have one more amendment and the underlying ordinance, which in some ways, if there's a concern, you could set that this doesn't take effect potentially. I don't know. There's other ways to do this than simply trying to jam this down our throats. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatil. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Zelatil said most of what I wanted to say, and I guess I'll just emphasize that to the extent there is a problem right now, it's because the administration moved forward with executing a bunch of changes without our approval, which the code requires. I will be voting no to reconsider this.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support John. I think that sometimes as a body we support each other. If there is an individual that wants us to do a vote of reconsideration, we should do that. But I also want to remind this body that we did pass a budget with the reorganization chart in it. We all saw it, and we passed that budget. So I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider Amendment 3.
Mr. Constant?
No.
The motion to reconsider fails 3-8. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to extend debate until 10:45. We don't have to get there. That's just I'm moving to extend debate till 10:45.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to extend debate by Mr. Dunbar to 10:45, seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent.
Object.
We will vote. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend debate until 10:45.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to extend debate until 10:45 passes 10-1. We have one more amendment, Amendment Number 4.
Move LaFrance Constant, Amendment Number 4.
Second. Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zelatil. Mr. Constant, do you want to speak to this amendment?
Can you read the title again? I don't have it in front of me.
I'll read the purpose summary. The amendment directs the mayor to provide a revised copy of the budget to conform to the changes in this executive organization by adoption of this AO. This mirrors the same amendment to AO 2021-96, Section 1.
Thank you. It speaks for itself.
Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to put on the record, it is very likely that it's physically impossible for the administration to redo the entire operating budget to reflect the significant number of changes by the date that is listed as December 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Ms. Zelatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have another date that you would suggest? Ms. Demboski?
Sure. Courtney, I don't know, are you still on the line? Is OMB still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Courtney, what is a realistic time frame in which OMB may be able to reload the budget with the changes in it and present it so we can submit it to the Assembly?
Honestly, until we can get into it and see how much it's going to take with the holidays, and then people who have scheduled time off already, it may put us into January a little bit.
So would you say, could we get it done by the 15th of January or the 31st of January? What do you think, considering what you're seeing here tonight?
Honestly, I would give us the most amount of time that we can. So if January 31st is an option, that would be ideal. But obviously, we will always try to meet a deadline of the 15th if that is what we're given.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Hearing the range of dates, Ms. Domboski, do you have a preference of the 15th or the 31st?
I would prefer the 31st because it's effectively 3 people that have to do all of this work.
Thank you. So I want to speak to the amendment, and I may have an amendment to the amendment, but I'm going to speak to it first. If I were to potentially amend the Section 8, Line 2 to read no later than January 31, 2021, the conforming amendment would be, or sorry, 2022, thank you, it'd be next year. The conforming amendment would be on Section 8, which might get bumped to Section 9, I'm not quite sure, on the actual ordinance, page 18 of 18 at line 3, that the ordinance would also have the same effective date. In a lot of ways, this could resolve the timing issue we are hearing about. It does mean that the current organizational structure would remain in place until such time as the effective date. So I wanted to put that out there as an idea. I'm thinking about it still, if I could have at least 30 seconds to consider it if no one else is in the queue before I decide if I'm going to make an amendment to the amendment. Thanks.
Mr. Dunbar?
I was going to ask the question of Ms. Domboski, but I think she's otherwise indisposed, so I'll take myself out of the queue for now.
For folks on the line, we're just pausing here for a moment. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I am going to make the amendment here to the amendment. I do not believe it requires the conforming amendment, and after I make the amendment, I'll speak to that. I move to amend the amendment to read Section 2, instead of December 30, 2021, to read January 31, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This section on the amendment, upon closer reading, is just for the report. So this gives some space. I'm not certain about the effective date of the ordinance. I think that's a question we can take up with the main motion. But this at least gives some space to everyone to do this work, realizing some of the time constraints we're hearing about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to change the date from December 30th, 2021 to January 31st, 2022.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 11-0. We are now back to the main amendment. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Related to the main amendment, I think it's important that we get this report. I support the amendment. I think that what this will need to do is show us how the organization and the budget coincide with one another. I think this will really get to the heart of the matter. And I think we can continue to have conversations about the interplay of these two things, particularly if there were some organizational change that were to move through midstream during a budget year. So I hope this report really illuminates some of the things that we've kind of been discussing here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I just really appreciate what this does because it allows all of those parade of horribles that we heard about to go away because we can continue operating with the current configuration. We already have it set. Therefore, the leave and reporting requests
and all of the issues that we heard that might happen within the workforce are alleviated when we change the effective date and allow the administration enough time, as they said they need, to get the thing built. So this is a good solution.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And Mr. Constant, to clarify, the effective date that we voted on for the amendment has to do just with amendment number 4. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just going to make that exact point. There might be a follow-on amendment, Mr. Constant. I think Ms. Zolotel and Ms. Domboski have been discussing it, and I think it's a good idea too, after this amendment to tackle the overall effective date. But right now, we're only voting on amendment number 4 that doesn't do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 4 as amended.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel? Yes, thank you.
I vote
Ms.
yes.
Zolotel, I'm going to put it, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Burke? Amendment number 4 passed 11-0.
We will not be vetoing amendment number 4. And for the record, through the chair, Patrick Burke, the mayor will not be vetoing amendment number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. We are now back to the main motion, the motion to approve AO 2021-114 as amended. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Ms. Courtney from OMB, who's on the line. If the ordinance's effective date was shifted to January 31, 2022, how would that work? Would it be a continuation of really what's actually been occurring as of today? Because it sounds like some structural changes have already gone into effect, yet this current 2021 budget doesn't align with those structural changes. If you could talk a little bit about what the effect would be if this ordinance didn't go into effect till January 31, 2022. And I guess to put a finer point on it, would it alleviate some of the workflow issues that we are hearing about? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel, the workflow issues, I would have to refer to HR classifications for them to be able to address whether or not those would continue. As far as the budget, ultimately we would get the budget loaded in line with whatever is approved and final by the deadline. And would operate under the existing structure until that point.
Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Ms. Courtney. I'm sorry I don't know your last name, but thank you. I think given that information, I'm going to go ahead and move to amend on page 18 of 18, line 3, section 8, to read, this ordinance shall become effective January 31, 2022.
Second.
And what I just heard was that basically what's happening today will continue to happen tomorrow and on until the new date. This gives time for that to occur. So I think we can avoid some of the issues that have been discussed tonight and give some space and a little bit of grace, and we can solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. So a motion to amend was moved by Ms. Zolotel and seconded by Mr. Dunbar to amend to make the ordinance effective January 31, 2022. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend the ordinance to change the effective date to January 31, 2022.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We are now back to the main motion as amended. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-114 as amended.
Mr. Constant?
I vote yes.
The motion passes 10-1. We now have before us item 4C, ordinance number AO 2021-115, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 10.80 to align with the state of Alaska's regulation change increasing the potency limit for marijuana products. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, District 6, LaFrance are my reps. I'm actually against this mainly because I actually work next to a pot shop and I already see what the current limit has done to people over there. So I'm against it.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have someone to call? Okay. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, community council or area of the
John
community in which
Henry,
you live.
District 6. I'm against increasing the potency of the marijuana also. We have enough problems with alcohol and other problems. We don't need to increase that problem by increasing the potency of marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Eric Lambertson, LaFrance, and Weddleton. I'm against increasing the potency of marijuana. It seems that you guys have been smoking quite a bit of it, and you might want to lay off a little bit, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go ahead, Mr. Turner, and go to the phone. And we'll call Ms. Foster.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Foster.
Yep.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-115, an ordinance to amend the code to align with the state of Alaska's regulation change increasing the potency limit for marijuana products. If you state your name for the record, your community council, or area of the muni in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. Chelsea Foster for the record, South Anchorage. Honorable Assembly members, good evening. Please support AO 2021-115. Constituents of Anchorage helped successfully pass Ballot Measure 2 in 2014 in support of a regulated cannabis industry. Those same voters are also consumers, and some are now cannabis industry stakeholders. Currently, you can buy a half-gram joint that has the same amount of THC, depending on its potency, that this increase would supply in an edible. The consumer is a benefactor in this change. They obtain the desired amount of medication with the ability to limit their dose or increase it due to the demarcation on the products per regulation. Consumers would also be able to enjoy these products at a lower cost to them. with assurances that these are tested and properly homogenized commodities, with a reduction to packaging materials, and lastly, being an alternative to smoking their medicine to achieve desired results. Currently, stores in Anchorage are already carrying these products, and they are going fast. Anchorage consumers want this increase. Please do not cause businesses to be out of compliance and consumers to miss out on the above benefits by voting against this ordinance. Please vote for and support AO 2021-115. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please line up and come forward, state your name for the record and the area of the community in which you live or community council.
My name is Joel McKinney. I live in Spenard.
And could you step closer to the mic, please, so we can hear?
My name is Joel McKinney. I'm from Spenard, and I actually support this amendment, but I wish you guys would do something about the fentanyl problem. My friend died because of a fentanyl. And I have a lot of other friends that have a very hard time refusing things. I think this is a good thing to do, but I wish you guys would focus a little bit on something that's a little bit more dangerous in society, like people dying for no reason. That would be great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you, sir.
Hi, thank you for being here tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
So you addressed it, the APD, the fire department, and also the Department of Health and Social Services all were adamantly against increasing the dosage. And you believe, just for clarification of your statement, that by increasing the dosage in edibles, this will...
I am a liberty-minded individual. I do not think it's the government necessarily positioned to regulate things that have not been proven to kill people, unlike fentanyl, heroin, and other illicit substances. I do believe I'm a little bit more liberty-minded than some of my other colleagues on this item. I don't care whether way you not vote on this. It's all up to you, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Move to approve. Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we've been hearing from people who use edibles for a number of years. The potency has been too weak, and it actually makes the product more expensive. And so many people have been making their own edibles, and the only problem with that is it's hard to know exactly what the dosage is in those. When you have you buy the legal edibles, you can read it right on the label and you know exactly what's in it. And the state has already changed their regulations. This would just be a conforming amendment to our code. And so I think it's a good idea. It's good for the business and it's good for the consumers both. I'd appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. The only thing I would add, I agree with everything Mr. Peterson said. I would add that the market is literally shifting right now across the state of Alaska, particularly the manufacturing markets. So the manufacturing markets are all moving to 10 milligram instead of 5, which is going to, sooner than later, if not already, create a bottleneck in our supply system, which will have the net impact of stopping people from accessing the products that they want to buy because they won't be available on the market, and it will push them into other locations where they are available, or you will push operators out of compliance because they get in a position where the only supplier has the higher volume product. Anchorage's market isn't enough to stop that tide from happening. We need to be in alignment with the state. It creates a process that is streamlined and gets government more out of the way than in the way. At this point, this market has proven itself successful and good neighbors, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm struggling with this one a little bit. On the one hand, I understand that our local establishments are disadvantaged and that there is additional difficulty with having this disparity with what is in the state law. I can see in some instances the advantage of having different local rules for more control. And my first concern, of course, is access to youth and products, and it is my understanding, though, that this industry is very good, excellent when it comes to enforcement of the minimum age requirement of 21. And it is for that reason I'm considering supporting this ordinance, but I see there is at least one more member in the queue. But I am concerned about increasing the potency, though I did hear and appreciate the arguments that were made in terms of not wanting to disadvantage our local establishments. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be opposing this ordinance for several reasons. One, when this ordinance was first put up for public, when the change to the state code was first put up for public comment, we had a little bit of a discussion of it in the Community and Economic Development Committee, and we actually had several people from the municipality come to speak against that. And it was the Anchorage Police Department, obviously, for obvious reasons. You know, they see the impacts to public safety with the use of marijuana, similar to how they see the impacts with the use and abuse in some cases with alcohol. We had kind of just a comment from the Anchorage Fire Department, but the Anchorage Health Department actually drafted a policy statement opposing this, and they gave several reasons for that. And then our Department of Law spoke up as well and said that they've seen an increase in some of their workload because of the use of marijuana, or the abuse of marijuana, if you will. So of all those parts of our particular municipality opposing that, I opposed it as well, sent my comments into the state, but obviously the state did change their potency levels and allowed allowed the increase for the rest of the state. But kind of in keeping with your comments, Madam Chair, yes, I would say that the regulation does a good job of making sure that people don't come into the marijuana stores underage and purchase products. So they're very responsible for who's purchasing these products. What they can't be responsible for, and what they really aren't responsible for, is what happens to those products once they enter a home. And therefore, there is the risk to children, especially with edibles, when children don't understand the difference, and if there's a time when the adults in that particular home aren't paying attention to where that particular product is being kept or who has access to it, there is a greater danger to children. So with that said, I will be opposing this ordinance change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on what the Health Department had said and stated and sent out, and based on APD and the Anchorage Fire Department, these are individuals that see crisis in our city daily, hourly, minute, and I'm just going to be opposed to it based on their expertise. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-115.
Mr. Constant.
Yes.
The motion passes 8-3. Next, we have audience participation. And we have 11 minutes remaining. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Irene Queednow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I want to make a couple comments. In regards to the budget, we as the voters voted for somebody who promised to cut excessive spending. That is the new direction we voted for, cut excessive spending. When the mayor does that, what we voted him in for, you just put all the excessive spending back in, not once, but twice. Last week, Ms. Zalatil said you should follow your own rules. Several months ago, when appointments were supposed to be confirmed, the chair read the rules for confirmations. She stated very clearly that the decision to confirm is not supposed to be political, and yet last week again, you did not confirm 2 people for political reasons, so you are not following your own rules. And if you think that the people who are on the election commission right now are not biased, you have blinders on because everybody is somehow biased. The question is, can they set it aside enough to do their job? And thirdly, this organization of the executive branch, you are hindering the person we elected and his administration every way you can. This was glaringly obviously tonight. And through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, your opposition was you wanted to keep your power to confirm people. And you nailed that because now you're not the unelected mayor anymore. Mr. Dunbar was not elected for mayor, and so your confirmation is your power at this point, even though it's not supposed to be political, to force your agenda through by not appointing the people that would go in the new direction. You are fighting the new direction and fighting us who voted for it. And your way, your opposition, that there shouldn't be any, that the library should remain a department, and the equity officer that you can approve him is all for political reasons, because those are your 2 major things that you now still have left where you can force your political agenda and drive it. That's the reason why you're fighting this, because you are still not accepting that the control has gone somewhere else. I'm not sure how else to say this. When are you going to grasp the fact that we voted for Mr. Bronson and that we voted for a new direction? And every time you force your way on us, that's the old way, the old direction that we do not want anymore. So when are you going to start actually acting according to the fact that we voted for a new direction, not yours?
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, community council, or area of community in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, District 6, represented by Weddleton LaFrance. So I want to talk on 3 different things. A couple of them that was tonight. The budget item, I want to thank you because you just increased our voter base. As soon as you start pulling paychecks from people, we start getting voters, so I appreciate that. And it will fall back on you, I promise. The second thing, the marijuana stuff, I want to tell you a quick story. And the reason I voted against the last one, last summer, we had 2 kids, 15 and 16 years old, literally broke through a wall to get the products in our store. They literally broke through the wall, center block wall, and then were dumb enough to leave their cell phone on our counter. So we caught them within like an hour. So they stole $14,000 worth of product. Just putting that out there, so hope you feel good about voting that in. What was the last thing? Man, I got going on that for a minute. You know, I want to reiterate what the last speaker said. The city of Anchorage spoke and elected Mr. Bronson. And I think that they're going to start seeing that you guys are pulling things away from them. And April's going to be a rough time. So, good luck.
Thank you for your participation. Sir, in the fourth row, please refrain from shouting.
Eric
It's a warning.
Lambertson,
Welcome.
LaFrance, and Weddleton.
I will start your timer.
Fine,
Go ahead.
thank you very much, LaFrance. So, a lot of what has transpired tonight has been a little bit of chicanery on the part of the Assembly, most of the Assembly actually. And I do believe that you have increased the budget unnecessarily, and that you are not working in concert with the new mayor, who we have elected. I do think that it is important that you recognize that you have stirred up another hornet's nest in the public. Yes, the voters are coming. And maybe you'll be able to pull off another election, cheating, stealing it, whatever. I do hope that the population of Anchorage will stand up and be ever vigilant to watch you and keep a weathered eye on your shenanigans. This is what it is, shenanigans. I do not appreciate what you are doing. I don't appreciate how you are denigrating the offices that you are holding. I do not appreciate the fact that every single time you bring forward new ordinances, it's in order to muck up the ship. It's time you need to just resign. It's an option. You actually have that option to resign. You're doing more damage than you're doing good. And I appreciate, Mayor Bronson, your steadfastness. Let's shore up our resources, pull up our bootstraps, and keep fighting these yahoos. They certainly are an example to a Stalinistic state. It's true. I came here thinking that we were going to have ordinances that were going to diminish our ability to have oversight over the elections, and you have achieved that. You've achieved everything that you want, which is to diminish our ability to elect a mayor and have him put forward an agenda. Good. So keep sticking that stick in the spokes. We are not going to be happy. No matter how you keep reorganizing yourself in order to put forth your agenda, which is completely on an opposite side of most of Anchorage. I really think that you're putting a spotlight on yourself, not on other people, on yourself. You need to stop.
Thank you for your testimony, your participation. We have 3 minutes left. Seeing no other members of the public to participate, we'll go to Assembly comments. Mr. Weddleton?
No comment, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
No comment. Oh, Merry Christmas? Wait, no, not yet. Okay, no comment. Too soon.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
No further comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zalatel?
I hate to break the record here, but I do have a couple of quick comments. I think that this assembly is working with the administration at key points. I think it's important. We hashed it out during budget amendments. We just tried to problem solve with the date of the reorganization taking effect, and we are being very successful in the facilitation on the mass care exit plan. I think all of those are great examples of how we're working together. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I'll just say there were a lot of things stated today about the 2020 election and elections more generally in this country that were 100% false. There is no evidence the 2020 election had any kind of irregularities to it. And to deny the fact, you know, I serve in the United States military, and I swore an oath on this office too, to protect the United States Constitution. And when you say that whenever the opposing party wins, it's only because they lied or they cheated and their election isn't valid, that's how you genuinely destroy democracy in this country. That's how our Constitution ends. You know, I accepted the fact that Mayor Bronson won this last election. I believe that the votes were valid, just as they were valid in 2020, just as they were valid in 2019, just as they were valid in years before that. We have protections. It is the core of our country, our Constitution, our democracy, that we respect the vote after it happens. And we don't falsify things, to undermine American democracy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. It is 11 p.m. and we are automatically
Madam
adjourned.
Chair, my only comment is sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.